Good evening, good evening, good evening. My name is Eric Blank. I'm chair of the Colorado PUC. We're going to get started now. And before we get into the formal part of this, we're going to turn it over to our PUC director, Rebecca White, for a brief overview of the case. Director White.
Good evening, everyone. Oh, all right. Thank you so much for taking time away from your families and your regular Tuesday evening plans to be here tonight. We're not going to talk for long because tonight is about hearing from you all. But one of the things we're trying to do at the PUC to try to make it a little bit easier to engage with this agency that maybe a lot of you hadn't even heard of till this issue came before you all, is to just try to simply explain some of the proceedings that were for us. So I'm just going to speak for a minute to kind of give a summary and set the table. I will turn it back over to the chair. He'll lay out some process, and we will turn it over to hearing from you all. So one number I want to leave with you all, if you want to follow along in this case, is 25A0354E. I can hand that out, tell you later, and I know I just promised a simple explanation and started with a proceeding number, but that number is your key to reading everything that is involved in this case. You go into the PUC page, go to e-filings, which is a block on our webpage, enter that number, and you can read everything, including a transcript of tonight's hearing that'll be up there in a few days. Yep, 25A is an apple, 0354E is an elephant. And I'll have it written down at the front table too. Okay, so this started on August 26th of this year when Xcel Energy requested that the commission authorize it to begin construction of Segment 5 of the Colorado Power Pathway Transmission Project in Elbert County. The commission found a need for the overall project back in 2022, so the issue now at stake is the siting of the transmission line. Xcel's request to the commission is in response to Elbert County's denial of 2 land use applications that Xcel submitted for approvals related to 48 miles of the pathway project located in the county. Colorado law accounts for this potential conflict between local land use decisions and broader statewide energy interests, and allows a utility like Xcel Energy to appeal an adverse local government decision to the commission. That's why we're here tonight. Today's public meeting is an important part of the process for this case. State law also requires that the commission consider specific factors that are set out in law to decide whether this project should move forward. And I want to list a few of those for you. The need for the transmission line, the conflict with the local land use plan, whether the line will exacerbate a natural hazard, feasible alternatives, the basis for the local government's decision, and the impact on local residents. So those are a few of the criteria that the commissioners need to consider. So these are several of the issues that are most relevant for the commission to hear tonight from your comments. Of course, you're welcome to bring any perspective you want to bring tonight. And then after this public hearing there'll be another round of testimony. And again, you could read all that via the number I gave you on our site. And then the commission will hold a hearing early next year. After that, the commissioners will deliberate and make their decision, which is expected in April of next year. I will stop talking now and let the chair take it from here, and we look forward to hearing from you. Again, thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you, Director White. And again, I just echo what Director White said. Thank you so much for being here. It's nice to see people outside, little boxes on our computers, and we're here to listen and learn and better understand your perspective. So thanks again for coming out. With that, we're now on the record. It's 5 p.m. on December 9th, 2025. This is a public comment hearing in proceeding number 25A-0354E. In this case, the Commission is considering Xcel Energy's appeal of a local land use decision by Elbert County regarding Segment 5 of the company's Colorado Power Pathway Transmission Project. So far in this case, Xcel Energy, Elbert County, and other interveners have filed written testimony into the proceeding. The purpose of today's hearing is to receive oral comments from members of the public regarding this application. Again, I'm Eric Blank, the chair of the commission. Can my colleagues introduce themselves for the record?
Good evening. Oh, sorry. I have a habit of blowing people's eardrums out. My name is Megan Gilman, and I'm a commissioner on the Colorado Public Utilities Commission, and really just wanted to sincerely thank you all for hosting us here tonight and for your participation in this process so we can understand your perspectives and priorities, especially as local residents here. And I know public speaking's not everyone's thing. You probably had other good plans for tonight, so really just do want to express a sincere appreciation for you taking your time to come and share your concerns, your thoughts, and perspectives with us. Very much appreciate it.
Commissioner Plant.
Good evening, Tom Plant. I'm also on the Public Utilities Commission, and I just want to share the same sentiments. We are all in different parts of the state, so this is a great opportunity for us to get together and to hear directly from the public in these kinds of proceedings. We generally hear from the intervening parties, and we get a lot of testimony, and then they participate in the hearings. But really, these public meetings are our only opportunity to hear directly from you. So we really appreciate you taking the time out of your evening and for sharing your thoughts here with us today.
Thank you. Before we begin in a moment hearing comments, I would like to briefly explain how this type of hearing works. There is a court reporter who will take down what you say for the record. This hearing is formal, like a court proceeding, and we ask that the audience be respectful of the speakers that comment today. Our role today is to listen and learn from your comments. We may ask a follow-up question or two, but generally we're here to learn from you and make sure your comments are reflected in the record. As such, this case is ongoing, and we will not make any decision until after the evidentiary hearing in February, with an initial decision likely in April of 2026. To allow time for everyone to provide their comments, I'd request that each commenter try to limit themselves to roughly 3 minutes so everyone has an opportunity to be heard. Written comments can be filed through the Commission's e-filing system, submitted via the Commission's online comment form, or emailed to dora_PUC_website at state.co.us. In each case, please specify the proceeding number that Director White mentioned. If you have them in hard copy today, you can also hand them to Ms. Castle. Can you wave? She's there in the back. So thank you. And she will see that they get filed into the case. Finally, again, I just want to thank you for hosting us here today and for coming out. These are really challenging issues. We certainly don't have all the answers, which is why hearing from all of you is so important. So with that, I'm just going to read down the list of names that I have. And I'd start with James Williamson, Don Gray, Deb Gray, Stacy Miller.
Has to be a green light.
Yeah, it's the green light, and you just say your name at the beginning for the record.
James Williamson. Director White, you talked about need. I read that a week ago, the PUC, you updated the Clean Heat Plan, which is based on SB 21-264. And reading through the weeds of it, essentially, it appears as though you've set up an entirely de facto ban on gas for the entire state of Colorado in 2050, which is 24 years from now. You want us to all be 100% electric. I'm not here to talk about that specifically, but in Denver with public service, Excel they call themselves, they want electric cars, they want electric furnaces, electric hot water heaters, electric dryers, electric stoves. Out here you would want electric grain dryers, electric barn heat, all the while that they're taking gas and coal-fired power plants offline. So we're going in two opposite directions at a very high rate of speed. Current BTU energy comparisons between electric and gas show that gas is 1/4 the cost of electricity. And if public service thinks that their Tinker Toy wind and solar project is going to meet an all-electric Colorado, then they must have either flunked physics or they must have majored in magic and make-believe. The only thing that's going to provide that kind of power for 100% electric Colorado is nuclear power plants, or coal and gas fired, but you guys have decided that we're not going to have that. Now, I guess the alternative is you think that you're just going to pave over us out here on the eastern plains with solar panels and stick windmills everywhere. If the winds of sanity ever blow through Colorado again, this entire house of cards is going to come crashing down. This has been tried all over the world. It has not worked anywhere. Germany has abandoned their green projects. They're going back to nuclear power. And all we're going to be left with, if this power pathway comes through Elbert County, is a gigantic rusting hulk to the stupidity of this policy and this direction that you're trying to take the state of Colorado. You're bragging that it's the first in the nation, all electric. Well, there's a reason why the other 49 states aren't doing it. And there's a reason why nations all over the world are abandoning this insanity. If they insist on having this pathway, I still think they should use the I-70 corridor. I've got nothing else to say.
Thank you. Appreciate. Mr. Don Gray.
Thank you, Commissioners. Director Don Gray. Welcome to God's country. We appreciate you coming out and visiting us out here. The statement I'd like to read today is something I gave a lot of thought to. Being on the board of the ECEA, I've spent a lot of time in meetings with Excel, with the county, citizens, and over again, it keeps coming back to what's the main purpose of this. The mission statements of both Elbert County Board of Commissioners and the Colorado Public Utilities Commission reflects a shared dedication to public service. Each organization emphasizes professionalism, respect, and a commitment to the well-being of individuals and the broader community. The BOCC prioritizes delivering essential services and infrastructure that support unique lifestyle and the rights of Elbert County residents. In contrast, the PUC focuses on regulatory utilities and facilities to ensure all Coloradans have access to safe, reliable, reasonably priced services and align with the state's economic, environmental, and social values. Collectively, these bodies aim to foster environmentalists that uphold individual rights and serve public interests through the effective governance and oversight. I'd like to thank both the current and former members of the BOCC for their consistent adherence to the principles outlined in their mission statement. Their ongoing efforts are crucial to maintaining the quality of life and rights in Elbert County and their citizens. The Public Service Company of Colorado, in its complaint, has sought to downplay several concerns raised by the BOCC. These concerns include eminent domain proceedings, failure to secure and submit certain signed fire district forms, failure to move the line further east, failure to conduct the meaningful community meetings, and failure to finalize the poll locations for properties. These are just a few of them. Additionally, there are certain assertions that residents of Delaware County do not directly benefit from this project. Each of these issues are integral to the BOCC's responsibility to safeguard the rights of Elbert County residents. By prioritizing these concerns, the BOCC demonstrates its commitment to representing and protecting the interests of the community. It is essential that the PUC remain steadfast in their mission statement, which emphasizes the protection of all citizens within the state of Colorado. In this context, it is important to underscore that the residents of Elbert County are also Colorado residents and thus deserve equal consideration and protection under the PUC policies and decisions. With that, I would ask the Commission to deny Public Services Commission's request to override the county's BOCC decision. Thanks again for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Gray.
And I'm Deb Gray. Can you hear me?
We can. Any relationship to Mr. Gray?
I happen to be his wife.
Welcome.
As landowners, we have dedicated over 3 years to advocating for a change in the route of Segment 5. It's important to emphasize that our efforts have not been aimed at opposing the entire project. Rather, our focus has consistently been on finding an alternative to the currently preferred route. While Xcel claims to have sought and considered community input, our experience has been quite different. Many of us feel that we have only been given the illusion of being heard and understood. During several meetings that involved Xcel executives, land agents, and support personnel, we were repeatedly told that the preferred route is final and unchangeable. Essentially, it's a done deal. The proposed route for Segment 5 would affect a greater number of agricultural residences, particularly those with smaller acreage, and would place dwellings much closer to the tower structures and high voltage power lines. This is in stark contrast to our request for the segment to follow existing transmission line easements located further east in Elbert County. These existing easements pass through larger parcels, resulting in fewer residences being impacted. To provide a personal perspective, the proposed easement from Xcel for our property would bring the high voltage transmission line closer to our home than the width of this room that we're currently sitting in. Several other landowners along the preferred or proposed route face similar circumstances. One of our primary concerns is the increased risk of wildfire. Although Xcel has repeatedly stated that this risk is not significant, we can question why the board would not require an alternative route further east in the county to reduce the danger by distancing the lines from more densely populated residences. If individual citizens were to apply for permits within Elbert County and denied, we would not have the ability to force our projects to move forward. It raises the question of fairness when Xcel is able to utilize backstop authority to push the project through by appealing to the Public Utilities Commission. Notably, Xcel participated with the county in establishing 1041 regulations and is now seeking to have those same regulations disregarded. Furthermore, we believe that Xcel has engaged in coercive tactics during the eminent domain and condemnation proceedings. At present, there are no immediate possession hearings scheduled, and the court is actively reviewing several motions to dismiss. It is our perception that Excel is making significant efforts to expedite hearings on immediate possession as a way to demonstrate to the PUC that their project is progressing smoothly despite denials and objections from Elbert County. Thank you.
Thank you. Stacy Miller, Steve Barnhart, Eric Giblets.
Hi, I'm Stacy Millett, and I would like to talk about Colorado Revised Statute 40-4-102. You, commissioners, have a clear authority to require a public utility to make extensions, improvements, or changes to facilities when reasonably necessary to provide adequate, efficient, and reasonable service. The current alignment of Segment 5 through Elbert County fails this statutory test. It imposes disproportionate, unfair burdens on our local residents, disrupts agricultural operations, and is increasing costs due to litigation both in Elbert and El Paso County, while offering no direct benefits to the community of Elbert County. We support the fact that a transmission line is needed and recognize that the power pathway is important. However, Rule 3604 requires utilities to consider alternatives that minimize harm and maximize all public benefit. The eastward route, originally proposed by XL Energy, better satisfies this requirement. It reduces disruption to homes, ranches, preserves agriculture and other business livelihood, and avoids sensitive environmental corridors that we value. Moreover, reverting to the eastern alignment restores the trust between the utility, XL, who has been heavy-handed, and the public of Elbert County. It would demonstrate responsiveness to community input and avoids what will be costly delays associated with litigation and opposition to the westward pathway. By directing XL Energy to shift the transmission line eastward, the Commission would ensure compliance with the Colorado Revised Statute 40-4-102, advance statewide renewable energy goals if you so see fit, and select alignment that is demonstrably more efficient, reasonable, and consistent with all public interest. The citizens of rural Elbert County matter. In conclusion, Elbert County residents are not opposing the power pathway per se. We are offering a constructive solution that meets Colorado infrastructure energy needs while respecting and valuing local communities. We urge each of you commissioners, with the statutory authority under 40-4-102 and Rule 3604, to require XL Energy to adopt the Eastern Alignment for Segment 5. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Steve Barnhart, Eric Giblets, Leah Bratton.
Steve Barnhart. people of Elbert County have made it clear to Xcel Energy that we do not like their preferred routing of the Pathway power line through our county. They have responded by saying the eastern pathway is too expensive and slower to build. Somewhere I heard a figure of $38 million extra to move farther east. This is out of a budget of $1.7 billion. This is not a lot of money. They're spending millions of dollars in litigation to double down on a bad plan that has met significant resistance, all in an attempt to bully the county and landowners to roll over and accept this plan. When they realized that we would not capitulate, they came to the PUC to try to bypass the due process of the law. Now we have a board appointed by the governor that is set to overrule a board of elected officials on what the county can and cannot do. This seems a lot like eminent domain against the county, only not through the court system, but through the governor's office. If this panel overrules the county, it sets a terrible precedent for the future. It would mean that a private power company has more power than any other entity in the state to seize property for their own gain, all in the name of public good. Where does this stop? When I have a pasture that I don't want to sell for your solar farms, or when I have a nice ridge line I don't want to sell for your wind farms, or when I don't want to sell you an easement for the power lines to connect the two together. This case is not only about the county's right to self-govern, but also about private property rights that can only be settled in the court system. Private property rights issue will no doubt make it to the federal court system and hopefully to the U.S. Supreme Court. I urge you guys to not give in to Xcel's pandering and allow the legal system to work this out the way it's designed. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Giblets, Leah Bratton, Sandy Cleese, Robert Glaze, Grant Thayer.
Okay, I'm Eric Giblets. I am here this evening to voice my opposition to the Public Service Company.
Yeah, if you can get closer to the mic.
Well, God dang. How's this? Okay, that's better. I am here this evening to voice my opposition to the Public Service Company of Colorado, or Xcel's, appeal to overturn Elbert County's denial of its application for the Segment 5 of Colorado Power Pathway. As a 38-year resident of Elbert County, I have taken great interest in Xcel's Power Pathway project. From that very first open house back in October of 2021, Xcel representatives have just gone through the motions, checking boxes along the way, claiming it will benefit Elbert County, when in actuality, it only benefits Denver. Our concerns have been dismissed. We have been told the pathway was a done deal, and it doesn't matter what we do. This is the route from the start, Xcel representatives have stated. If denied, we will appeal to the PUC. And the use of eminent domain has been threatened from day one. Not exactly the 4 years of collaboration that Xcel claims they have had with the landowners and officials. On the other hand, our local citizen group, Elbert County Environmental Alliance, has never denied the need for this project. All we've asked is to move the route. That makes the most sense for our county. Yet again and again, we are told that there is nothing we can do. Our elected officials, local citizens, who we have chosen to represent the interests of the county, have denied Xcel's application. Their denial is not unreasonable. The application was incomplete. The application does not meet our county's 1041 zoning regulations, regulations that Xcel attorneys contributed to and were fully aware of. The applicant did not work with the county nor its residents to determine an appropriate route through our county. Xcel did not even offer our county an alternative route. The only choice they gave was approve this project or we will appeal to the PUC and sue you in district court. Our 1041 regulations state that the applicants understand community concerns and shall demonstrate how they adjusted their application related to the community input, and that there's no indication anywhere that any Elbert County resident is in favor of this route, and we have never seen how the application was adjusted for community feedback. Additionally, Colorado Revised Statute 2920-108-4 requires that the public utility shall consult with the affected local governments in order to identify the specific routes or locations under consideration for the site of the major electrical facility and attempt to resolve land use issues that may arise from the contemplated permit application, meaning that this consultation should not have happened long before they submitted their application. Imagine the time, money, and heartache that would have been saved had Excel done this. It would have shown early on that this is not the best interest of Elbert County. I am asking, and I believe we, the people, are asking you to deny Excel's appeal to overturn our commissioner's decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you get the microphone a little lower? There you go.
My name is Leah Brayton, and if he could be, my husband would be here speaking. However, this issue, we are so in opposition of this issue that he's no longer here. In November of 2021, after we received an email that, and it's true, I've heard it a ton of times, I've been to every meeting, I've been to everything, because I am fighting for him. We have been told it's final. It's a done deal. This is where it's going. Originally, it was supposed to go through Fondas, which is right down the hill from our house. I'm a native Coloradoan. I love Elbert County. I do not even, I can't even imagine that. So, November 14th, 2021, my husband read an email that it was a done deal. He had an aneurysm. He spent 72 days in the hospital, and he died. And I promised him, even if I couldn't walk, and I broke my back 7 times in the last 2 years because of radiation, I would go and fight for him because it's so wrong, so very wrong. We have been told that we would get used to it. We'd get used to hearing a generator all the time. I lived in a camper for 3 years. We didn't run a generator because we didn't like the sound of it while we were building our home. I mean, I said, have you ever even been to the Bijou Basin? Have you ever listened? Have you ever done any of these things? These people didn't even realize, they don't even realize what we have out of here. Plus, we live in the trees. The fire hazard of a power pole is so great, and I have watched it on a daily basis, and it frightens me. So, if he were here, he would be speaking next. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for your loss. I lost my wife to cancer some years ago, so really sorry to hear about your loss. Sandy Clays, Robert Clays, Grant Thayer.
Good evening. Thank you all for being here and coming to listen to us. So my comments are the same as everybody else mostly. Yeah, we can't understand why they couldn't move their power lines.
Yeah, if you can move closer to the mic, that'd be great.
We can't understand why they wouldn't move their power line pathways further to the east where they would be, you know, affect less property owners. And really, the main thing is we as a country need to figure a better way to provide electricity. Even if we do all this with the growth as it is coming, it still isn't going to be enough to provide, you know, enough electricity to take care of everybody. So that's my main thing. So thank you guys for being here.
Thank you for joining us.
I thank you guys for being here. My name is Robert Clays. I'm kind of going with what everybody else here said, that there is a different, a better pathway. There's larger ranchers out there that already gave the okay to go through their property. So there probably would have been 10 properties that they would have had to go through instead of 50, 60. I'm not exactly sure how many properties they're trying to go through now, but a lot of them are my neighbors, and it's going right over their house. And then, you know, besides that effect on them, you know, it's the same thing that other people said. They already are pressing them down with eminent domain. I've been through all the meetings too, ever since day one for almost 4 years. And they seem like they all were a waste of time, and XL was just being less than transparent. I mean, we caught them in being deceptive in their statements over and over. You know, I just happened to ask them, you know, what about the scenic route, the sign out on I-70? And one of them goes, well, we don't have anything to do with signs, sir. And I said, well, that's not the point. I mean, really, is the sign the point? No. That drive is the point. And again, so they told me that every turn that they did with that power line was going to cost them so much more. So I sat down in front of them and counted the turns coming down 86 and then going up the Kiowa Bennett or otherwise going out east. Well, there's less turns, less property, easier land to cross. Not as many gullies, not as many waterways. I mean, I can't figure it out. It's kind of like they're trying to burn us out, but as you can see, they're not going to burn us out. The only thing they've burned out on us is our patience. I mean, I sat here before and watched people cry their eyes out while XL was sitting over there. And another gentleman, Chuck, mentioned that they wouldn't even look at the people whose lives were being destroyed. They sat and stared at their phone. And I thank you guys for eye contact. You know, so in the end, there is better, easier routes and probably less expense for XL. You know, and if you are going to go down that route, bury it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Grant Thayer. Lance Swedler. Timothy Pitzkowski.
I am Grant Thayer. I spent 8 years as a county commissioner for Elbert County, and I was termed out in January of this year. But where I'm going with this is XL talked to us multiple times about their proposed power line. And we tried to explain to them some of the history of this. And the one thing that I'm going to, and then I'll get to some more specifics, is the Rush Creek Windmill Farm was built during my term as a county commissioner. It was approved by the county commissioners, and most importantly, the power line that was built from there up north, basically from Simla to Agate and then wandering in, was not protested by any of the landowners out there. In fact, as I knew some of them because I owned land adjacent to them, and they just shrugged their shoulders and said, it's okay because it's going to impact our wildlife, our livestock, and that kind of thing minimally. And there's multiple less landowners that were crossed because some of those ranches out there are 15 and 20,000 acres. So if they're crossing them, it'll be one deal. And I kind of just looked at the map before I come in today, and I think it was somewhere around 10 landowners in Elbert County that they would cross, and some of them would be kind of a corner. But generally speaking, they would impact way less. And if you count the landowners crossing Elbert County from the proposed line, it's somewhere around 50 to 55. There's a couple of those, I'm not sure if it's father and son or whatever, but the whole point is, the other thing is I'm an engineer by education, so I like to look at the facts. And so I've driven the proposed line multiple times to just kind of viewpoint it. And the thing that along Highway 86, that power line is going to be within 10 paces of somebody's bathroom. So where I'm going with that, the impact on these, and they're older houses. They've probably been around for 30 or 40 years. So that it's not a current development, but it's a current landowner that is going to be impacted. So then you can get down to the questioning, will that affect the landowner's health, their fire damage, their access, all of these different things. And one of the gentlemen that has already spoke to you is one of those people that owns land very close to Highway 86. So the landowners, the number of properties, I've already talked about that. The health and fire impact being that close to people's land. Whereas if you go out east, and I'm going to just make a suggestion, you parallel the Rush Creek line that exists already. If you have a fire that's caused out there, there's only going to be 4 houses in the fire. It's not going to be 40 or 50 or 60 houses that are at danger. The other thing that's kind of a feel-good thing is if you go to 86 to I-70 and then come back, you'll see a sign along the Highway 86 that says the Scenic Byway or Highway. I'm not sure if it's byway or highway, but scenic anyway. So I thought that would be a factor that should be considered because this power line is going to impact the scenic aspects from Highway 86 in a very real way. Apparently, even though it historically had the sign along the road, it hadn't been registered with the state, and it's currently being registered as a scenic highway today. So my recommendations are, and I know I haven't gone into all the legalistic stuff that the people before me have, but we spoke to these recommendations to Excel while I was still a county commissioner. Now, as a county commissioner that was termed out at the end of the year, that we had never heard a formal application from Excel. There was talk about it for a couple or 3 years, but never a formal application for us to be heard. And it's been heard by the new commissioners, and they were the ones that turned it down. But my recommendation is to go east, young man, go east, and perhaps parallel the Rush Creek line or something out there because the impact to landowners and citizens of the county is much less. Less fire impact if one should exist. And Excel had a big fire outside of Denver there, 2 or 3 years ago. And so it's one of those things. And the other thing is less personal impact to people that have homes. And, along 86, there's some of those lots that are 10 acres or less. So that's the reason why they're crossing multiple landowners. Whereas, again, if you go out east, you're going to be crossing landowners that have significant amounts of land. And I know 2 or 3 of them that are grazing their cows under the Rush Creek line. So it, in a practical, logical, reasonable sense, to me, makes sense. And then the one thing that, when I talked to Excel when I was still commissioner, I talked about property values. And they said these power lines have no impact on property values. I have great difficulty understanding that because, particularly the ones that have homes close to the highway, it's going to be, and the other thing is that puzzles me somewhat is how close this power line wants to be built beside 86. When I, as one of the county commissioners, approved the Rush Creek system, we made it so they had to put their towers back far enough from property lines that if they did fall over, they would stay on the same property. They wouldn't fall into the adjacent properties. This power line, if I understand it correct, if a power line falls over, it'll fall across Highway 86. Again, my recommendation is go east, young man, go east. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lance Wheeler, and I'm not going to address the regulatory portions of this, although I applaud my community members for doing such a fine job.
Yeah, if you could speak into the microphone.
Better?
Yeah, much better.
I'm grateful to my community members for addressing the regulatory portions of this. I'd like to approach it from a more ecological perspective. And you know, there's a great deal referenced about the potential for fire and other circumstances. XL has already experienced in this state substantial system failure. And because Elbert County is this transition zone between the plains and the prairie and the Black Forest, ecosystem functions are critical to this to the state function and to the land health. The Colorado Natural Heritage Program at Colorado State University has identified critically imperiled ecosystems and plant communities in this county. And in the event of a fire and those things, it will fundamentally alter the natural heritage of this region of the state, as well as property values, the health and welfare of the people that live here, and the wildlife that is sustained by those plant communities and the ecology that exists here. I would urge you to consider the Eastern Pathway because the risk is substantially less. It is not zero. The May Ranch in Lamar can attest to that as to an XL system failure. And XL maintains a fund well in excess of $300 million for post-fire mitigation. It is a de facto admission that their system will fail, and they know it. And so we need you to understand that we are not willing to accept that risk. If they're going to say they're going to run along Highway 86 and it can fall into adjacent properties, in pine trees, and it runs through that space, the effects will be catastrophic, not only to life, property, and those things, but to critical ecosystems that will be affected for generations. So I would urge you to oppose this and move the pathway to the Eastern Pathway. Thank you.
Thank you. Timothy Petskowski, Peggy Petskowski, Doug Bennett, Julian Ellis. Do you have the microphone, the handheld microphone? You can sit down, sir. We'll get you a microphone. Oh, you're good?
No.
Okay.
I am Tim Petskowski. I wrote this thing here to read, but I'm not sure I'm going to read it. Did I not hear you state, sir, that you are here to hear our feelings?
Yes.
You asked for it. And I don't see anything funny about it at all. I'm working very hard at that, honey. And believe me, it is exceedingly difficult. I think you know better than anybody how full of hate and anger I am at you, all of you, Excel, and everybody connected with you. I feel that all of you are thieves, liars, cowards, and criminals. I feel that you should all be in prison for the rest of your lives, if not for the intent for filling this beautiful state full of your trash. But for this lovely woman's loss of her husband because of you,
Thank you.
I am Peggy Patskowski. Albert County 1041 regulations state that the utility companies are to use existing utility easements wherever possible. PSCO refuses to comply as the existing easements are not the most direct, cost-effective route, thereby forcing the landowners to comply and reduce the cost of their investment at our expense. Not only the loss in our property values, but the loss of our overall health and well-being, as you just saw. One of the landowners spoke at a public hearing and said he offered Excel easement across his land, and they refused because it was not a part of their preferred route. The transmission line is less than 1,000 feet to the north and the west of our house, their preferred route, that is. We will hear the constant buzz of the lines, which increases in volume with any inclement weather. The wind at our house, which is nearly every day, up to 60 miles an hour and sometimes more, in addition to any moisture, which means the snow, the ice, the rain, and the volume of those lines just increases louder and louder. Okay. My husband purchased our 70 acres more than 20 years ago as a bare, undeveloped land. He put more than 2 years of blood, sweat, and tears into establishing the well, electric, phone, septic, and building a home, shop, and garage. PSCO is a total disruption of what used to be our peaceful life. Over most of the past 3 years, this all started in February of 23, our physical, mental, and emotional health has greatly deteriorated. And that can be proven by a letter from Tim's electrophysiologist. He wears a pacemaker. PSCO is planning to destroy our little piece of heaven on the prairie.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Doug Bennett. Welcome to Elbert County. Hope you don't stay. Hope you guys go back to Boulder where you belong. State government, move them to California, get them the heck out of here. Our roads, we have a little tiny road here, Highway 86, that goes through. That's the only road we have. With all the trucks and the infrastructure, or the building of this stuff, we'll just destroy that road. We get very little highway impact funds out here. The Kiowa Bennett Road is a county road. We don't have a whole lot of money to rebuild that. If these big heavy trucks going across there, it's going to be ruined. Fire departments, same reason. We don't have a whole lot of money to fund all that stuff. If we get a fire, We're just at nature's call, basically. The preferred route would be east. I-70 is the perfect place. They got the infrastructure. The roads are good shape. They get plenty of funding, low impact on the residents out there. And so that would be the most reasonable. I'll leave you with a little story here. The commissioners denied it, and Xcel Energy is kind of like a little kid. And they go to Dad, which are you guys, and they say, hey, Mom told us no, but if we appeal to you, will you go ahead and let us do this? Well, you don't want to make Mom mad. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners.
If you can lean in a little, sorry. Can you get that microphone up anymore? Yeah, there you go.
I can hold it.
Yeah, there you go.
The joys of being a taller person. My name is Julian Ellis. I'm here on behalf of my wife, Laura, and we own a breeding facility just outside of Kiowa. And we're also interveners in the proceeding before you and look forward to participating in those proceedings. The current pathway is projected to take a significant portion of our property to very little benefit for us. I'm an attorney by trade, so I want to spend my limited time talking about the 1041 statute. And I think the General Assembly showed commendable foresight 25 years ago when it adopted that statute. And it's amended the statute many, many times in the last 25 years, but its core purpose has remained the same, in that it ensures localities, through their electeds, have a meaningful role in siting decisions of significant infrastructure projects like this one. And this core purpose reflects an understanding that there are a lot of stakeholders in a project like this with varying interests. And what the statute does is it encourages dialogue, compromise, sitting across the table from one another to come to some type of reasonable resolution on what is a difficult issue that affects a lot of different individuals. I think you'll hear a consistent message tonight that the county is not asking for veto power, so to speak, over a project like this. You just heard from a former county commissioner that a project was approved further east. But what we are opposed to is commandeering one of the most beautiful, picturesque portions of this county, one of the most commercially viable portions of this county, for a project like this. And I ask you, one thing, if you do nothing else, come out here in the daylight, drive from Kiowa to I-70, and take a look around. And it's a shame you can't do it during different times of the year. You'll see wildlife, elk herds, mule deer, pronghorn, wildflowers. It is truly a gem of this state. And what this project is proposed to do is to run high transmission lines directly through that area that we value so much. And I'll bring you back to the statute. This statute ensures that everyone's voice matters. It's not just the end user of this energy. And I'm not going to stand up here and deny that it's not needed. But there are multiple voices here. And Xcel had an opportunity to engage those voices, to doing it in a meaningful way. And instead, what they did is they gave a binary decision. Take it or leave it. That's not what a responsible party does. It's what a bully does. It's what you see on a day in, day out basis from people that we don't value. And what I want to leave you with is, if you allow XL to basically have veto power over our electeds, the Board of County Commissioners, these are the people who are accountable to us, you're going to elevate the interests of one over the interest of everyone sitting here today. And I just implore you, don't do that. Don't do that. Encourage XL to play by the rules like we all have to. Sit across the table from us and find a reasonable compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Sunny Mills, Molly Stuchlik, Jason Stuchlik, Jeremy Gardner.
I so appreciate you taking the time to listen to us. I'm representing my husband, who is a retired U.S. Army Corps of Engineers who served in Vietnam and Iraq and Afghanistan. And he told me to come and represent our family because he was a GS-14 and also responsible for burying many, many high-capacity lines throughout the military bases and within the United States, and also in South Korea, Japan, Afghanistan, Iraq, and Qatar. The first time he heard about this, he said, well, they have to bury the line. It's the only safe thing to do. 4 years ago, it cost $600 million to bury the line. Actually, 300, but it's gone up a bit. That money has now been paid to the many victims of Marshall Fire. They settled, XL settled for $600 million. I'm worried you have already made up your minds. What can I add to this conversation? If you traveled here on the Kiowa-Bennett Road, you may believe XL's claim. There is little or no fire danger. But if you come on Highway 86, you saw heavily forested areas. These ponderosas, 100-foot-tall trees, over 300 years old, I was told by forestry, splay out from the Black Forest. 13 years ago, we could see clouds from the very large Black Forest fire and actually hear propane tanks exploding, one after another. My own neighborhood is 2 to 5 miles south of the planned power pathway, with about 400 homes. Some 5 acres, some 2 acres, some 10 acres, some 25 acres, some 150-acre parcels. Our trees form fingers of forest from the Black Forest. They splay out, and we live at the end of the Palmer Divide. 8 years ago, we had a single spark from a ricochet bullet. 4 homes, 6 outbuildings were burned to the ground rather quickly. We were ordered to evacuate as our 99% Kiowa Volunteer Fire District fought 10-foot-tall flames right on the edge of the 200-acre forest we live in. A line of vehicles pulling Horses and livestock trailers formed a bumper-to-bumper line down our county dirt road just as the fire trucks from other districts arrived. What saved us? Not the fire trucks. Way too many trees in Elbert County. The wind switched direction, with high-capacity lines forming huge electromagnetic fields in high winds. There is only one method of guaranteed control for fires that these lines present. These carriers of massive amounts of electricity can only be shut down. Xcel said they're going to have a way to see a fire starting and pull the switch and shut them down. That is their fire protection for Elbert County. The power pathway will cross over many lower electric lines. Shutting down the system will not stop a spark from creating a massive fire. We've had 2 EF2 tornadoes just this year. Ranchers have clocked winds at 122 miles per hour. We do not, I repeat, do not have services to get people out. The line runs half a mile from Kiowa School with 300 students and only one bus. 1 water tank, 2 fire trucks, and fire hydrants that haven't been kept up or replaced in decades. The school is very old and it is not fire safe. Across the street is an assisted living place. Again, evacuation would be extremely difficult, if not impossible. Who are we? We are not the wealthy living in rich pockets of the state. We cannot afford more taxes to improve infrastructure to make ourselves safer. One point everyone agrees on out here. We met with Mr. Kinney, who is the CEO of Xcel. All the people who own property along the way, and they picked the properties that were the smallest because they figured they couldn't litigate. And they gave their reasons to Mr. Kinney why they didn't want the Xcel line there. Mr. Kinney listened politely and then said, we're going to probably put the line there. We've looked everywhere, and that's where we're going to put it. I met him outside, and I said, Mr. Kinney, is there anything I can say to get you to bury the line? It's the only safe alternative. He said, no, there's nothing you can say. Directly to my face. He had made up his mind. I hope you haven't made up your mind.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Molly Stuklik. Been out here in Elbert County for quite some time. I am reading on behalf of Pam Struthers. Kind of funny that I'm following Sunny. Pam was a volunteer fire in Kiowa, and she has some statistics that were very interesting, and she couldn't be here tonight, so wanted me to share them. Kiowa Fire is a 90% volunteer agency. It serves 324 square miles and will be responsible for 32 miles of Xcel's 170 transmission towers. These towers will run through heavily forested areas, high grass pasture lands, and populated areas. Kiowa Fire will not only have to address the fire risk associated after installation to these areas, but will also have to respond to potential injuries to workers and fire potential from from equipment during installation. Kiowa Fire has 6 full-time staff, which leaves many hours uncovered at this time. Every effort has been made to hire open positions. But because we're a small district, we become a stepping stone for larger districts. Volunteers are relied upon heavily, with 20 volunteers, some still in training. 17 of our volunteers live out of district. The volunteers are unable to respond unless they are on shift. They are on shift for 36 hours per month per volunteer. This leaves 3 in-district volunteers who can, when available, respond from home. The call volume in Kiowa has increased 10% a year for the last 10 years, and the predicted call volume for 2025 is 600 calls. The average number of personnel to respond to a call is 2. A call that requires transport to even the closest hospital takes those responders out of district and therefore out of service for up to 3 hours. Kiowa Fire provides mutual aid to other nearby agencies that do not have medical staff to provide care, again, taking them out of district. Kiowa Fire frequently relies on mutual aid, and these agencies also struggle with resources and funding, which can make it difficult, making it necessary to get resources from even greater distances. Fire and emergencies do not wait. Bringing Xcel's transmission towers on this preferred route in an area that has increased fire risk already with heavily treed areas, high grass pastures, and greater population, at best, it gives us minimal resources to address the potential wildfire injury and lives to those that live within this 324 square miles. A better route for the transmission lines would be one that does not cut through our treat areas and smaller acreages. We just urge you to deny Xcel's appeal for this preferred route and place it somewhere else, as you've already heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good evening. I'm Jason Stuklik.
Can you pick up the mic?
Okay. Yeah, is that a little better?
A lot
All right.
better.
Hey, thank you for coming out tonight and listening to us. My name is Jason Stuklik. A couple comments I want to make. I'm going to read and then just 2 more. What PSCO has done since their original application and approved by the PUC on June 2nd, 2022 for the Colorado Pathways Project was simply going through the motions to satisfy the state's and county's minimum requirements. But in the end, they did not even meet the minimum requirements of Elbert County's 1041 regulations. They simply chose to find the shortest route from the southeast corner of the state to lay in a route from a high voltage transmission line to the Harvest Mile substation. On March 31st, 2021, a PSCO staff engineer provided testimony with regards to the need of the project from the engineer's perspective. The project itself was never been questioned, only the final route choice has been disputed. Since the approval by the PUC in 2022, much time has passed and Xcel's cost to build the project has obviously increased dramatically due to the fluctuations in material costs and associated construction costs, thus forcing them to look at ways to control those hard costs that are the basis of the approval. According to the PUC's website, the Colorado Public Utilities Commission serves the public interest by effectively regulating utilities and facilitating so the people of Colorado receive safe, reliable, and reasonably priced services consistent with the economic, environmental, and social values of the state. Yet this project will cause great economic, environmental, and social damage to many Elbert County citizens. The large number of property owners along the current Power Pathways project who have been sued by Public Service of Colorado for condemnation is a great indication of causing damage to property owners. The harm is both economic and environmental. In some cases, the proximity of the transmission lines to a residence is less than 90 feet away. Studies show that these lines will devalue the property by up to 40%. Additionally, the physical nature of clear cutting a 150-foot path of trees that provided screening for their homes for weather and shade for livestock, as well as being aesthetically pleasing, will devalue the property even more. All of this impact has not been addressed in a clear and consistent way by Xcel. Even in testimony, when these questions were raised, experts simply denied the claims without offering any historical or substantial evidence. All of this to say that the route that Xcel should use is simple. Existing right-of-way that has been established with landowners who would entertain another transmission line. Even if it doesn't cost PSCO a bit more, Xcel, a public service entity with a franchise to operate in Colorado, recorded a profit of $1.94 billion in 2024, an increase of over 9% from 2023. PSCO recorded in their SEC filings for 2024 revenue of $5.27 billion and profits of $870 million. Building infrastructure is a key component in which they profit by increased recovery from infrastructure investments. Surely they can afford a place at their profit-making projects in a place that has the least amount of impact on our county. Just two other points that I want to make here. I am also a veteran. I have fought for my country, fought for the freedoms of this nation.
Thank you for your service.
And it's astounding that we have already escalated to eminent domain. Since when does a company have the right to eminent domain? That is just blows my mind away. How did we get to this point? That should not be happening. That's not what freedom in the way of our American life is. And secondly, why is there not a study? Why are we taking a power company's word for the cost of burying versus towers? Why is there not? We can hire consultants. There's enough AI modeling, language learning modeling, to determine the cost difference between the two. Why is that not being done? Instead of just taking the word on, this is the most effective route. For those of you who don't know, Mountain View Electrical Association, which services this area, is in the process of burying all their lines at no cost to their customers because there's less maintenance down the road. And they're also putting in fiber at the same time. So how can a tiny electrical company compared to the size of Xcel invest in the community and do that on its own where Xcel won't even look at it? So I really encourage you, if anything comes out of this, two things. Companies should not have the right to do eminent domain. And second, the state of Colorado, if truly desires the need of this power, pay for the study. Look at the cost difference of burying versus power lines and the dollars that'll save in the future from the fire risk mitigation that will come along with it. So I just ask you to look at that, maybe take a step back and look at this from a different little bit of approach for the county. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the microphone might be off.
My name is Jeremy Gardner. I'm the chairman of the Tri-County Fire Protection District out in Rush, and we cover portions of Elbert, El Paso, and Lincoln counties. The cart is again in front of the horse, except now the horse is bucking. This whole process up until now has been a sham. It has included little to no transparency. Xcel started with pitting families against each other all along Segment 5. Xcel's fire safety plan is very vague and not in conjunction with the fire protection districts. There has been virtually no direct communication from Xcel to our fire protection district and very little email communication. They have offered no training to the fire protection districts, none. Their applications to Elbert, El Paso, and Lincoln counties contained outright lies to include locations of haul and work yards. They have no permits for fuel tanks in their Lincoln County yard, a yard that was not even on any plans submitted. Excel is and has remained either non-responsive or outright dismissive of our fire concerns. In fact, they rated most of Segment 5 as a low fire danger. I don't think anyone in this room would agree with that assessment. We have already caught them welding on a windy day with no permits and very little suppression equipment on site. They have begun work in the Lincoln County, even though the route to get there is through Elbert and El Paso counties. Proof they plan to bulldoze their way through. Please put a stop to this mess. Reject Excel's appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Wayne Ordakowski, Brenda Kelly, Dana DeJong, Chuck Hughes, Deanna Basio.
Hello, I'm Wayne Ordakowski, black sheep of this county. You talk about the need, you have to measure the need. There's not a single person, in your view, that needs this. None of it. We have electricity. It works good. We don't need. They need, but we don't need. But they're running over this county. If you go up and down, I suspect you're going to be here for a day or two to go out Highway 86 and come back. When you come back, slip over to Quincy and go over to the Harvest Miles station. It looks like something out of a Mad Max movie. There's power lines everywhere. What started as 2 is now up to about 11. You can't build anything there. You can't have a commercial endeavor. Sure can't have rural. It looks like a wasteland. That's not what we want to do here. If you go along Kiowa Bennett Road, in the near future, it's already been approved from the last commissioners, 10,000 homes. Elbert County East, Elbert County West, Deer Creek, or whatever, they keep changing the name of it, Miller Ranch. All those homes are within the proximity, Kiowa Bennett Road down. If you move, it just seems to make sense. This is so simple. Move it out east. Put it out east, deal with a dozen ranchers, and run the transmission lines. We just don't need them here. You saw what happened at the Marshall Fire in minutes. 1,100 homes gone. You saw it PG&E out in California. Thousands of structures gone from a transformer that went bad. You see it all over. And then another thing is, once you put that first set of 345 kilovolt lines in, it'll look just like Quincy. In about 10 years, there'll be a dozen of them there, because now they'll have the right of way, and they'll use that right of way. So looking at the future of this community and county, it just doesn't make sense to run it right through 86, run it down Kiowa, put it out east, run it south, make the connection. We're not arguing that. Nobody would argue. I don't think there'd be one person here that would argue that. But we do argue it if it comes right through our community. That's all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Brenda Kelly. We moved to Elbert County more than 20 years ago for the rural lifestyle, to build our retirement investment and to enjoy the beauty of the plains. 3.5 years ago, I learned of the Power Pathway Project to bring more electricity to key places in the state. That didn't seem like a bad idea. Colorado was growing. But when I learned the plan included destroying the beauty of the main thoroughfares through Elbert County, I was shocked. Why would they choose this path when there were already corridors to the east they could follow? So I went to the meetings to find out. What did I learn? First, I learned that Excel was not there to listen to community concerns and make adjustments, but rather with their glitzy poster board stations and smooth-talking experts, they wanted to convince us that this project would have little impact and so much benefit. But when my electric co-op confirmed that it would not receive any benefit, I realized this project was for the benefit of others and not us. Second, I learned that Xcel had already decided the path they wanted it to take, and it was totally based on saving money. When they pulled out their maps, I pointed to an area far east where there were already transmission lines. But I was told that while it was possible to go that route, it would be more costly and more work. At the next meeting, a much narrower map was presented. Attendees put their pins on the east side of this narrow map, and Xcel triumphantly declared that they had received input from the community, and the community wanted it there. What a lie. Why should a company that stands to make a lot of money be able to do so to the detriment of others? Is it because they're big enough and powerful enough to just force their plan on the few? Xcel gains, the people in Denver Metro gain, and lowly Elbert County, with its rural residents, lose. Do these gains mean it's okay to bulldoze over our county's desires when there are options further to the east? It's a David and Goliath issue. Third, I learned that Xcel doesn't care. They were just checking off boxes on the 1041 regs list. With frustration at one meeting, I asked what I could do, and I was told I had options. When I asked what those options were, it was made clear that I could just move. Fourth, I heard testimony from my neighbors who have already experienced the negative consequences of this project and who anticipate more. For most of us, our homes are our retirement. When our homes lose value, we lose our retirement. Xcel claims that housing is not affected by major transmission lines, but we have studies that show it does. And our realtors are already seeing the effect of this proposed project. Elbert County is not David trying to stop Goliath. Rather, Elbert County is asking Goliath to choose a more acceptable path than the one that ruins the only major thoroughfare through the county, financially hurts its residents, and reduces all the reasons we moved out here in the first place. Xcel has had its eye on Highway 86 and the Bijou Basin for a very long time. There have been previous battles that were fought. Xcel already knew that Elbert County would oppose their plan, but they pushed ahead anyway. Why? Why have they already moved to condemn land before this was approved? Why did they not listen to residents' concerns and resolve them as was required? Why was segment 5 the last one to be dealt with? Was it because they had the support of the Democratic legislature and the governor's office? Was it because the PUC had already stated we are going to slather the Eastern Plains with wind and solar? Was it because they knew before they started that they would win? Can we even hope that we will get a fair hearing? I hope you're not here to just check boxes. Will Goliath defeat David?
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dana DeYoung. I live in Elizabeth, part of Elbert County. This project from Xcel Energy does not benefit this county in any way, shape, or form. The people that live here, we reject it 100%. I'm a transplant, are you ready? From California. However, I am a very conservative person, and that's why I chose Elbert County. I retired as a Los Angeles police officer after 33 years. I found this is the place to live. I went through Belle Isle fires. I went through the Malibu Canyon, Topanga Canyon fires. Went through the Santa Clarita fires. I had a mother-in-law that was up in Paradise, California, in a fire there. Fire down in Carbon Canyon, and they all were started by high-powered transmission lines. Every single one of them. And they burned thousands and thousands and thousands of acres. And we had the fire departments, we had the facilities to be able to try and fight the fires, but you can't fight fires. They go and they burn. Little has been said about the injury and the medical that these transmission lines cause. I have one sister that has died from cancer, another one that currently has cancer. My best friend has cancer. We all lived within 100 yards of transmission lines. My neighbors all got cancer, and it's all from the transmission lines. You can hear them buzzing at night. You can hear the electricity passing through them, and it causes cancer. It depreciates the people's housing that live around there. I think it was close to 30% of all my neighbors have ended up with cancer and have passed away. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Chuck Hughes, Deanna Basio, Ben Williams, Rod Pelton, Jim Vigil, Beverly Durant.
See if we can do it this way.
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
You know, first I want to thank the Elbert County County Commissioners for listening to us, and it's their efforts that resulted in you being here. And I want to thank you for coming out here and listening also. I'm here to speak on behalf of my next door neighbors, my closest neighbors. They're a really good looking couple. And I wish they could be here to speak for themselves. I promised I would fight for them as hard as I could. They couldn't be here because they happen to be bald eagles. And they're busy raising their young ones. And when I look at them and their history, some parallels strike me. You know, about 65 years ago, a new product was introduced which had all the promise and all the publicity in the world that it was going to change the world, that it would make it
easier to feed the growing population of the planet. It was something called DDT. And that, you got the emotions going here, but that was an existential threat to them. And it was not looking good for them. And a lady published a book called The Silent Spring. I meant to have time to look up that author. Didn't have time today.
Rachel Carson.
You know that, huh? Say that again.
I think it's Rachel Carson.
Yeah, that's right. She noticed something weird about the springtime, and did a lot of research, and it changed the world kind of back again because it was wiping out birds by the millions. And so it was a few years later, they banned DDT, and those eagles that are here today are descendants of the ones that survived that onslaught. And while I would like to ask you to not do power lines at all, imagining myself in your position, that ain't gonna happen. And when we first started talking about the lines should be out east, like Mr. Thayer talked about, I was kind of against that. I'm going, I don't want to relieve my pain just to make some people out there have the pain. But then the research, and I've talked to some of them, that it's much less detrimental to, or it's not as detrimental to the property values. And there are probably eagles out there too. Haven't spent a lot of time, but I'm guessing there's probably some eagles out there. But I want to protect this part of the county and the Bijou Basin. You've heard the Bijou Basin mentioned several times. It's magnificent. And okay, I live there. But that valley needs protection. It's prime for eagles. There's golden eagles and bald eagles all up and down West Bijou Creek. And that line should not go through the Bijou Basin, through it or across it. It's too valuable of an asset for this county and the state of Colorado and anybody that likes the plains. And so I thought of it in terms that, DDT had a interesting product life cycle, very much like the product life cycle of the hula hoop. A fad product in the case of hula hoops, but it was something else with DDT, but a product life cycle way up in the growth stage, hit the maturization stage, took a dive in the decline stage. And here we are today with another product called the internal combustion engine, which I am no fan of, but we need it for now with the power. I don't think there's anything close on electric cars that can haul 20 tons of cattle across the country, but and here that internal combustion engine is being forced into its decline stage, not by what the people want, but by government policy. And okay, we need a replacement for it. I'm not a fan of the internal combustion engine. It's polluting as can be. But we need a better solution than all the electrical stuff going on, which some people talked about. And I predict that the product life cycle of this green energy thing is going to look like the hula hoop and like DDT. It's being fought all over the country and all over the world that don't want those wind turbines, and me either. And I think they're going to be a very short life cycle to them. And I would like for you to entertain that, because when it's over, when that is replaced by some technology that might be in development now, such as hydrogen fuel cells and nuclear, which was mentioned before, I would like that to be, thank you, I would love to, I don't know what your planning cycle looks like, but we Americans get criticized justifiably a lot that our planning cycle is what, 5 years? And the Chinese have an advantage because they play the long game. Well, in the long game, what is this going to look like? How long are these wind turbines and transmission lines going to be functional? I personally have the opinion they're going to be obsolete before very long. So where are we then? The total amount of reinforced concrete for the towers and for the wind turbines, it's going to put untold millions of tons of reinforced concrete in the ground, and that's not going to ever get torn down. That's going to be there forever. And I don't like that. So I kind of would invite you to publicize on your website or something. What's the long game look like for this? It can't be wind turbines and all this in-the-air electrical transmission lines. So that's what I had to say, but please protect the Eagles. They can't talk for themselves.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dina Basio, and I want to thank you for being here. I invite you to move to Elbert County. I am originally from Michigan. I lived in Massachusetts, Saudi Arabia, England, Douglas County, and now Elbert County. And I can honestly say that this county offers the best quality of life. And so I love the rural farming and agricultural identity. That's why I moved here. This pathway doesn't affect me. I'm not in the pathway at all. But because it affects my neighbors, I am here passionately for them. As one American citizen to another, we have to look out for each other, no matter where we live. I'm sorry for the loss of your wife. I know all too well, as a retired RN, the seesaw of hope and disappointment in that journey.
Thank you.
And I genuinely mean that. And I'm sorry that that woman lost her husband, but stress is real, and it can cause an aneurysm that's been there for years to all of a sudden rupture. I think the Board of County Commissioners have done an excellent job in being very thorough, and also I applaud this community for doing their job. They're well-informed, they use truth, they use facts, and they use their wisdom and experience of their county. We know our county. And so I'm asking that you listen. I think we've made your job easy, truly easy. And I don't understand why it takes 5 more months to make a decision. But I will pray in those 5 months that the Lord gives you the wisdom and the boldness to do what is right. And it's hard for me to understand how somebody outside our county can make decisions for our county. But I also understand that there's a system in everything, and there's a process. So I am pleading for you to say no with each and every face in this room in your heart, that you remember us, that you think about the impact on us. Because for the most part, we've been level-headed, informed, and factual. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
My name is Ben Williams. I do not live in Elbert County. I live up near the Bennett area. But I got to say, I'm so impressed with the folks here. These guys are reasonable, well-studied, and I hope that you guys go home and truly give some serious thought to what's being presented here tonight. This is incredibly reasonable. I'm surprised. I want to take a look at what is really going on under the surface here. There's a good chance that Xcel Energy is up against a deadline to qualify for government incentives, so they've been trying to ram this thing through. We know that solar farms and wind farms are going to quickly become a thing of the past. When the government funding goes away, this stuff is going to be a scrap heap. We know that solar panels do not pay for themselves. I have family in Iowa, and it's a big joke with the wind farms that are out there. These things fail. There's tons of oil that just piles down on the ground, and because it's so costly to dismantle them, they just sit there. I would also say that large transmission lines are going to quickly become a thing of the past. The big players, the big tech players that are trying to develop AI data centers already have contracts out for small modular reactors known as SMRs. They are supposed to come online around 2027. These things can power a city with up to 300,000 houses. That's a lot of power. It takes away the whole reasoning behind transmission lines. And so Xcel Energy is going to end up as a major landowner when these things all become defunct. They'll have all these solar farms, wind farms, transmission corridors. And in the meantime, landowners have been coerced or bullied into giving up the rights to their property forever. Xcel Energy can do whatever they want with that land. And talk about destroying a community, wow. So I just want to encourage you guys, please see this for what it is. This is a shell game that's a big land grab. And I encourage you to do the only decent thing and to deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you. State Senator Rod Pelton.
Thank you, Commission, for coming out to rural Colorado. There's a lot more rural if you keep going east. I live 2 hours, 15 minutes from here, east of here. This county is the northwest part of my district. I have 13 counties in my district, all in east central, southeast Colorado. I think there is about 8 or 9 of the counties in the Power Pathway are in my district. It goes within about 8 miles of my home out in Cheyenne County. It looks like most of the direct impact to homeowners and their property is going to be in this last segment. The rest of the miles is out in rural Colorado with hardly any proximity to homes and people. Private property is what makes America America. Being a landowner is something very special. We take that to heart. The land becomes a part of us, and we will do anything within our power to protect it. You've heard the passion tonight. These people are talking about a part of them. This land is special. This county is special. I've said more than once at talks in this county, this is the anchor of my district. These people are good people. They wouldn't be here in mass like they are if Xcel would have just taken the eastern route. If you look at the map, they wouldn't really be going out of their way. It comes through El Paso County, Elbert County. They could just keep coming to the east and then make their bend up north.
The only problems they've really had to speak of through this whole process has been El Paso and Elbert County. And that's because of the way they are trying to bump up against population. It looks to me like this is the big dog trying to stomp on the little guy. And that's not the way that America should thrive. I appreciate you coming to rural Colorado. I invite you to stay out here, get to know the people, look at the different sites, and make a well-informed decision. So I'm known at the Capitol as a legislator, few words, so I'm going to shut up now, but thank you again for coming.
Thank you. Jim Vigil, Beverly Durant, Lynn Staler, Connie Perkins.
Hello, my name's Jim Vigil or Vigil, depending on...
Yeah, can you pick up the mic? Sorry.
My name is Jim Vigil or Vigil, depending on where you're from. I am a resident of Elizabeth, which is in Elbert County. The last time I was here was at the big presentation from Excel to the Planning Commission and the County Commissioners. And I wanted to first really thank my community for showing up. This group is double the size of the group that was at that last meeting. We've had so many excellent speakers. I really can't add more or improve much. They address the fire, they address the health concerns, they address the property values. Just as an outside observer, let's say I was visiting for the holidays, my family lived out here and they made me come to this meeting. It just seems like an absolutely no-brainer that this thing should have been put out east and something funky's going on here that's being rammed through. And not only should it be out east, it should be buried and out east, if not completely stopped. Why XL wouldn't have adopted that philosophy and saw the pushback somehow and changed their minds and went ahead out east where there's a path of no resistance or lot less resistance, I don't understand, especially if they are up against a deadline and this whole thing is going to die if they don't get their exact path already chosen. But hopefully there's an opportunity for them to change and move out east and bury it and it not be killed, because I said at the last meeting, this is interesting, everybody was opposed to the county commissioners approving it except for me. I was the only person that came up here and said the county commissioners should approve it, but with their thumb on it. So this should be buried here. This doesn't have to be buried there. No, you got to move it a little bit here to be in full control. So we have full control, because what I said is the south end and the north end is going to get connected someday. And whether that takes a lot of strange little accidents and tombstones, it's going to happen. So since it's going to happen, we should try to help control it. So that was my reason as the only person that said that we should go ahead and approve it, so we had some control over it. So they're looking at years of lawsuits and pushback and more expenses and stuff. I just don't understand. I mean, we already have an in-house attorney apparently with skin in the game, and he sounds like he's pretty darn good. So, like I said, I would vote it down or make a move it, whatever's necessary, but the path that they're pushing is just not cool at all. Oh, in addition to their arguments for their fire protection and their health addressing stuff, and especially their property value one, that presentation was like comical. But anyway, that's all I got to say. Don't approve the present path, please.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Beverly Durant. Thank you all for coming here to beautiful Elbert County. I'm not going to repeat what many people have said already. You know that the fire danger is very high out here. Our high winds and no way to stop it, a volunteer fire department, it just doesn't make any sense. Also, there is absolutely no benefit to anyone here in Elbert County. That was one of the things that the woman at the beginning said, is that you have to consider the impact on local residents. It will only be negative Our property values will go down. We will be in constant fear of fire and also health and safety concerns. They have another route. Excel chose not to use it. They chose to impact as many people as possible. That's not the way that they should be doing this. Another thing that was said at the beginning is that we have to look at natural hazards. I've been out here for 28 years, and it's only been in the last 4 or 5 years that I have seen bald eagles here. I know I've been told that most of the federal and state agencies don't really care, but we have 2 within 50 to 100 feet of where these lines are going to go with a nest. I think that is a natural hazard, and I don't think that we want to destroy all the wildlife that we have out here, because that's exactly what will happen. Our county commissioners protected its own citizens and listened to us, and I hope that you as well will listen to the people that live here and will be impacted by this on a daily basis. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lynn Staller, Connie Perkins.
Hi, my name is Lynn Staller. Thank you for being here. And I just want to say that I'm so proud of everybody who has spoken tonight. And there really isn't a whole lot more than I can say, but just personally, we've lived out here for 5 years, and we chose this because we wanted to retire it's our heaven. It's honestly, every day I wake up and it's heaven. And we did not get involved in the meetings and this whole process until I learned that the pathway was going to come through our property. It was just like, no, you're just kidding. And my neighbor said, yeah, I just went to a meeting. And sure enough, it was going to be going through our property. It has changed. The route has changed, and I just can't imagine how everybody feels here, where Excel is saying it's a done deal, and their property is in the way of this. I just can't fathom that. But we are surrounded. We're in the Bijou. We're surrounded by homesteads, farms that have been there for, since the 1800s, and I just can't imagine. And the eagles, Chuck is our neighbor. There's just so much there. And if you were to leave here tonight and go east, where we live, you'll notice the red lights that are above Calhan. And it's all from the wind turbines. And with the power lines come the wind turbines, come the solar panels, and I just couldn't imagine living like that. So I just want to say, please consider an alternative route. Excel has said it's a done deal. So if you would just think of us in your best interest, in our best interest, and help us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie Perkins.
Hello, my name is Connie Perkins. Thank you so much for coming out and hearing what these wonderful people have all shared with you. I've owned my property since 1991, seen a lot of changes. Love the big billowing clouds that form out here, and we can still see the stars at night. And I've seen just a lot of progress that's been coming out, some good, because it helps the taxes. Understand that, but the fact that it will in the future affect a lot of these wonderful residents breaks my heart. It just breaks my heart, and I just ask that you please reconsider, and I'm going to pray for you. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're about halfway through the list. I'd like to take a 10-minute break, and we'll stay as late as people want to make comments. Did you have something you wanted to say? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Dina Basio again. I've heard several people bring up the homes that have been burned down from the XL lines. It's not just homes, like it's a box of wood or brick. There are photos, there are memories, there are pets have died in those fires, some human lives have been lost. And I just wanted to acknowledge that because it's not just a home, it's everything. And it takes years to recover. It takes years to rebuild a home, new memories. And so thank you for letting me say that.
Thank you. We'll take a 10-minute break till 7:15 for the court reporter, and we'll keep going as long as people want to make comments. Thanks.
Hello?
Hello, hello, hello. Let's keep going. We got Matthew Rezolis, Curry Herlin, Debbie Ulan, Henry Smith, Shannon Rose, Jessica Heaton, Matthew Ruzes.
Would you mind repeating the list?
Sugar.
Would you mind repeating the list? We couldn't hear it over the commotion.
Yeah. Matthew Rusdos, Curry Herlin, Debbie Ulam, Henry Smith, Shannon Rose, Jessica Heaton. Yeah. Yeah.
So it's green, so I'm good. Hey, first off, I want to say thank you for coming out here tonight. We don't usually get things this big, but you know, we also had the toll road. If you ever do any research about what the toll road tried to do in the basin out here. So we are a community that believes in supporting each other, and they did it then and they'll do it again. I just want to say I grew up in Elbert County, never moved very far from home. Grew up in Elizabeth, and what we have out here is untouchable. You can't get it anywhere else. One of the things that you guys on your list is a conflict of a project. Okay, we came to all of Excel's meetings. We did their meetings with them. I will tell you that I live on Kiowa Bennett. This is going to be out my kitchen window. When this all first started, and we came in and like they said, we looked at their poster boards. This was going to be on the far ridge across Kiowa Bennett from us. So it would have been probably almost a mile, 3/4 of a mile maybe. It was going to be across the creek. Now it's been moved even after we were told it's a done deal. Then we come to the meeting and we've got 2 different drawings out, and the next drawing shows it right up next to Kiowa Bennett. And I said, well, that's my house right there. I'm on Kiowa Bennett too. We didn't get a notice. They never sent a notice to us. We have never been contacted by Excel, and it will butt up to my property. Now, my property and all of my neighbors, our power is buried. Why should I have my dream home and live where it's all buried, but we're going to let Excel march right through this county and put these ugly lines up in the dangers? And I will tell you that our fire district is as strapped as they can be. Elizabeth responds to help us out when they can, but the Kiowa guys, and women, they have their hands full. When they say six employees, that would be if they had a full staff. They don't even have a full staff. Last I knew, they were down to 4 employees. So I want to just say to you guys, the other thing that you guys need to understand, I am a realtor. I grew up here. It's really easy for me to sell the love of Elbert County. It is going to affect property values. I personally had my house appraised just in the last 5 months, and then I met with appraisers afterwards. And I said, be honest with me. Show me where this value goes. We honestly will lose close to $100,000 in value, and that's not even with the line on my property. And remember, I didn't even get a notice. I don't get any say. I just want you to respect the fact that these are their homes. This is their dream. This is the American dream. And you're letting Excel take part of that away. We have watched a lot of things that PUC and some of the other government agencies don't understand is we watch with the wind turbines. If you have a lease or a lease option for a wind turbine on your property, it makes it really difficult, if not impossible, to finance your land. The government entities, which really is funny if you think about that, the government, and they don't talk to each other, see it as a commercial endeavor. Your property, it doesn't matter that you're on 100 acres of ag, but that's now a commercial endeavor and it changes your property. So there's a lot of circumstances that are far-reaching that we don't even think about. But by far, I would say that the 4 criteria that you guys undoubtedly have heard tonight is the impact on the residents, the natural hazards, they've been talked to a lot, the conflict, the number of people here should tell you that in itself. I will also tell you that many of us, many times, have felt like the county commissioners didn't listen to us and they didn't do what we wanted them to do. But I'll tell you what, they spoke loud and clear on this. They listened to their constituents and they made an educated decision. And we thank them for that. And we ask you to explore what Xcel has given to us. Don't let them march through our county. Don't let them tell you that this is the pathway of choice. It's their choice, not ours.
Thank you. At this point, I just invite anybody who wants to speak, just come up and go for it.
I was on that list you read out.
Okay, but just say your name and...
Okay. My name is Shannon Rose. Thank you for taking the time to hear us today. It's greatly appreciated by all of us. I too am a Colorado native. I've worked in and visited all 64 Colorado counties. I've lived in 6 of them. I chose to make Elbert my home. I'm adamantly opposed to these power lines running through this great county as proposed. I hope you deny Xcel's request and make them look for another solution. However, I realize Xcel is going to find some way to push through this forward one way or another. Therefore, my request to you, like many others here tonight, is require Xcel to bury the lines. No exceptions. Xcel has stated the only reason they can't bury the lines is because of cost, nothing more. I oppose the short-sighted approach to minimize implementation costs at the sacrifice of safety and quality of life for those of us who live here, especially when there is another viable option. They say the increased cost is not in the interest of their customers. We are not their customers. They need to invest in our safety. They need to invest in our interests. They need to invest in respect. Respect for the residents of Elbert County and our values. We cherish our rural landscapes, our grand vistas and rolling hills, our wildlife and open space, not to mention our deep concerns about fire safety and fire risk. But most of all, we cherish having a say in our future, a voice in how we live now and how we will move forward. I've heard a lot of talk from Xcel about how they're going to deploy cameras and AI and weather stations and other tech to address fire response. That's great, but I work in tech and I know buying and installing the tech in the first place is the easy part. Maintaining it is a whole other story. No amount of observation tech is going to address what happens once a fire is detected. Who's watching the feeds? Who is receiving the alarms? And what are they going to do about it when they get them? Who audits the process and ensures Xcel is living up to the spirit of their commitment years from now? Failed tech, unmonitored, ignored, or outdated tech, or even working tech without an adequate response plan and responders, it's not going to save my home from burning down. Tech alone is not the solution. Xcel has stated repeatedly, and I quote, "Transmission lines make up a small percentage of ignitions." They're trying to make it sound like a small percent somehow makes it okay. What I hear in that comment is that transmission lines are an ignition source. One, we know that they are. We've had stats. And it's one we don't need. If you want to convince us here in Elbert County to support something that serves us no direct benefit but creates distinct risk and impact to our way of life, the least you can do is require Xcel to underground their lines to mitigate many of the risks, burdens, and blights this project is bringing to our great county. Prevention is far more appealing than any fire mitigation or fire response narratives. From all that I've read, the total cost of ownership for buried lines is less in the long run, especially when factoring in liability should a fire erupt from down lines. Not to mention that should the transmission lines ultimately be abandoned for newer technologies, the towers won't be left as an artifact, much the way the telegraph lines still litter the eastern plains. If we can't stop them from ruining our county to benefit Denver's uptime, at least hear the voices of Elbert citizens and make the damage to our great county as minimal as possible. In closing, there's already so much ugly in this world. Please don't let them add to it. Insist that they bury the lines or go somewhere else, or both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Eric Carlson. I didn't prepare anything today. I just wanted to learn notes, so this is not going to be very flowing, but I'm glad to see a stenographer. I always look to see who I might be speaking in front of to make sure that they're taking notes to go back and do their research.
You're also being taped, so.
Yes, yes. But what we've seen tonight is a lot of passion, logic, common sense from the microphone here. Personalization, opinion, in fact, of living in this great county. The one thing that I was thinking is a board was created. I'm not sure who created the board, but if a board has to be created because Excel is butting heads with Elbert County, that's a red flag right there. So I'm glad PUC is here. I guess since I can't ask questions, I don't know the qualification of these people that are put on this board. I don't know if we've got the fox in the hen house, meaning Polis, that appointed these people to make decisions on what they're hearing or what this argument and fight is all about. But I guess where I'm trying to go is we heard 40-4-502 and all these other statutes, 1041. I have to make the assumption that when Excel came to Elbert County, they shared this information and knowledge. And it sounds like from the great research that everyone's done behind me, that was disregarded. So this assigned board and everyone in front of us today will go back, look at this research from engineering, Excel, all the data that was shared, and the decision will be revetted again. Because I look at, does the city look like we're country folk? We moved out here for a reason. We don't live here for convenience. We live out here because we're responsible for ourselves. We don't reach for the phone to dial 911. We call our neighbor because we know we have each other's back. Now that's a personal opinion, but I'm just hoping from this recording and this stenographer, this particular board will share and look at what we've shared and look and in my opinion, Excel has overlooked a lot of statutes, regulations, whatever the verbiage is, and state, as we've seen, you already had the end game in mind. That's not right. You're starting over. Don't care if you're losing federal dollars or state dollars or what have you. This is not a Polis check the box because it's going to look good on my resume for what I've done, destroying more of the state. I'm going to leave it with that. Thank you, everyone behind me. Thank you, everyone in front of me.
Thank you.
I'm Debbie Mortensen. We are one of the families that is involved in the court proceedings for the eminent domain.
Can you get can you pull the microphone a little closer?
I'm sorry. Closer. Okay. We are one of the families that is involved in the court cases for the eminent domain. And I want you to know that we've spent a lot of money fighting them. I thought Excel was moving along, working with us, and then all of a sudden we have a case filed against us to take our land. And I want you to know that we've spent a lot of money trying to get them to understand that this is our land. And the other thing is I do 6 trash cans a week on pine needles, trying to keep fire damage down. And the reason, Excel told me at one point that our winds are 10 miles an hour. And I asked them what Elbert County they were at because they weren't in this one. And so we have a lot of fire concerns and mitigation to work on our property. I have a pacemaker, and they told me, first of all, the line first went over our house, right down the middle, and then they moved it 67 feet away, and then they've moved it a little further to the east now. But the winds are really, really high. But they told me that I don't need to worry about the pacemaker because it's not any worse than having a toaster. And with that toaster, my toaster doesn't buzz all the time. And so I think they need to reconsider things. They have pathways that has been brought up that they can do out east that isn't affecting so many intrusive on the homeowners. And they have pasture land out there that's fairly flat and stuff, but they're going through our trees, they're removing our trees, they're just destroying our property. Our values have already gone down. Our property is zoned for 2 houses. This pole sits smack between the 2 areas that you can build houses. And when we first moved out here, we bought hay and we put it up on the hill. And we learned very quickly that that is a lot of wind and it just disintegrates the hay and stuff. What is that going to do for the power lines? So, also, one of the things that really concerned me was this president, CEO of Excel. He came in here and he told us, quote, "I don't care what you people say, we are doing this." And we had all of us here to talk about these things. And our property value, we cannot sell our house with a pathway in there, and so we cannot move. And we're getting older, and I just want you to let us die where we can be in peace. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for coming, and I share your widowhood. My condolences to you. Thank you. My name is Kathy Davis. I live in Elizabeth, and I'm not going to reiterate a lot of things I was going to say because it's been so well said this evening. I would hope, I would pray that you would hear a couple of really important things. Even though my property is not affected directly as this young lady's, when you do it to one of us, you do it to all of us in Elbert County, every single one of us. I have no positive things to say about Excel because they are bullies. We do not tolerate bullying in our schools. Why do we tolerate it in this environment? Please tell me why. And when they come in with an obvious abuse of eminent domain, obvious abuse, this is tyrannical government overreach and is completely reprehensible. It should be illegal. They should not even be a government entity. They are a for-profit business. So the very fact that they've been allowed to go over the heads in complete disrespect of duly elected county commissioners who rendered a fair assessment, said no to them. That's horrible disrespect, for one thing. The very fact that they've even appealed to you tells me how they are just spoiled toddlers throwing a very big fit. I'm afraid they're going to get their way. And in my personal opinion, that makes them terrorists. Because I've heard the testimony of too many of my neighbors who are in tears, their health is deteriorated. There are published studies in 2018, 2019 that were done proving that high power lines have a negative impact on human health, animal health, where it goes by like cattle. They quit bearing calves. The milk doesn't come. You like your ice cream? Be prepared to lose it. And there's a over 30% increase in childhood, or we say pediatric brain tumors, cancerous tumors, and this pathway goes right by the school, right by there. The 2019 study also showed a 53% decrease in human fertility for the same reason. The human body and also animals thrive on, they operate on food that they take in, and they operate on electromagnetic energy. I don't know if you know that. So the energy pathway disrupts all that electromagnetic energy. Oh, it may not happen the first day or two, but it happens. So I would implore you, I am praying for you, that you will do the right and decent thing in respect for our county commissioners and the county at large. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Kim Wills. I'm a fifth-generation native to Elbert County. So Elbert is very near and dear to my heart, as well as all of these people. I didn't come prepared today. I would have just reiterated a lot of what has already been said. The one thing that I do want to point out, we've already talked about, I'm a realtor for 25, 26 years. One of the things that is missed is not only the fact that property values deteriorate, but if a house is within the fall zone of a transmission line, it cannot qualify for FHA or VA funding. So you've now taken away a huge market for these people to be able to sell their houses. I thank you for being here and thank everybody for speaking.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Katie Hughes, and I am a resident of Elbert County. And I have a couple of things that I had wanted to say, but I do also have a neighbor who had to leave early and asked me to make some remarks for her. I think that you all have heard how the project is going to impact residences, but it's also going to impact our small businesses. And if you'd let me approach, I want to show you a picture of where it comes through and how it's going to impact the business. And this is Once Upon a Event that Lark and they have all of their business based on this. Yes. So I have a picture here that was taken looking at where the pathways will go across the basin, and the lines would come right above the tree line here, impacting Once Upon an Event and Once Upon a Time, and impacting their business. So again, would be hugely detrimental for this entrepreneurial business that's just opened up and attracts people based on the views. Thank you for letting me approach. Then I also had a couple of remarks on my own. So my husband and I looked at moving out here 25 years ago, and like all of my neighbors, we wanted to come for a peaceful area. We love the beauty of the Bijou Basin and the serenity, the hope, the dreams that we could build here. We looked at, health benefits. We looked at safety. We looked at wildlife. You heard about our neighbors, the eagles. And that was our dream. Fast forward to this project coming in. That's really going to crush it all for all of us who live here. I want you to imagine a story that I'll tell you. So my family was in town from California. We were enjoying a day at our ranch. We're 7 miles down a dirt road, one way in and out. My family is there We're outside walking one of our horses that's colicking, trying to save it. We went in to have a meal and sat down at our dining room table. We're looking out over our beautiful window, looking out over the pastures. All of a sudden, we see smoke and fire, huge fire coming in. There's one way for us to leave. We've just been trying to take care of our animals and our families here, and this is what we're seeing, this fire coming towards us. This is what we're all afraid of here, amongst the other things, the wildlife concerns and so on. There are other opportunities for Excel. If they move this pathway out east to the highway, you wouldn't have the same potential problems. People are close to services for support. The facilities are there. It's not going to impact as many homes. So I just implore you to please deny Excel's appeal. Listen to my neighbors and the passion that everybody has brought to this, and please deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John Christensen. Thank you guys for coming. I appreciate your attentiveness. I moved out here in 2009. The only way I got out here was the view. That's the only way I could talk my wife into coming out here and moving my business. This line affects my property on two sides, and it runs down the south side of my approach for my airfield. I haven't heard anything from Excel ever. As a matter of fact, last time we were here and voiced our opinions, the fact that we are going to lose a good majority of our wealth, which is in our house. Mr. Kenny told my wife that it's going to happen. He's just here as a common courtesy. I just want you guys to put yourself in our shoes. Somebody's going to take your wealth away. You have no say in it whatsoever. And these guys are all multi-million-dollar corporate heads. And just put yourself in that position. How would you feel if somebody came and took 30, 40% of your stock or your home without you being able to say a thing about it? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak and the opportunity to listen to my fellow citizens. And I do hope you're listening carefully to what they've been saying. I'm Chris Richardson. I'm a state representative, represent House District 56, Elbert, Lincoln, Kit Carson, Cheyenne, the eastern half of El Paso, and the eastern rural parts of Adams and Arapahoe. But this is my home. And part of the reason this is my home is when my wife and I were looking at retiring and looking in this area, about 15 years ago, we came up and looked at a foreclosure in the Franktown area. Got there were power lines running right across the top of it. We lost interest immediately. Just wasn't what we were looking for. And I'll tell folks that the reason we live here is because my wife needed to pee. We looked online and saw there was a Walmart here in Elizabeth. We came up here. We used that. We ate at what was then Cosentino's and really liked the town and started looking around. I live about 10 miles southeast of the town of Elizabeth. But I spent some time on the Planning Commission in this county and 8 years as a county commissioner. I helped write and later approve the current 1041s that are in place. The application for this project came in before I left office, but was being worked by staff. So really didn't get a look at the application itself until after I had left. I don't look at land use as one of the favorite things I did as a county commissioner. It's
brings out a lot of passion. I thought I might be done with it, but I did read through Excel's application, and I did attend the hearings that were held by the current Board of County Commissioners. And those are summarized somewhat in the application that Excel has made for this appeal. But I can tell you, having read the application, understanding the regulations that are here in our county, and having sat through those hearings, that our current Board of County Commissioners made the correct decision. The application should have been denied, and for the reasons that were outlined, and those are well documented. So I see your responsibility on this appeal is twofold. First, you're here to decide the facts of the case, but not on a carefully edited narrative, and that's what Excel has provided. In their application for this appeal, they present a tiny slice of what actually happened here in Elbert County over the last several years. They seem to hang their entire story on a disagreement over fire district input and one quote from a commissioner saying his priority was the people that elected him. Well, his priority should be the people that elected him. And there were more issues than just a simple disagreement with fire district input. The full record would show an 18-month public process, a very public process, to update our 1041 regulations. And Excel was in the room during much of this. They offered language, some of it which was adopted, and there's no doubt in my mind that they understood the regulations that they were operating under when they made their application. The full record also shows multiple pre-application meetings, several rounds of completeness reviews, and detailed staff recommendation. And yet, after all of this, it also shows a route that cuts across, in many cases, small 5-acre lots and passes within a quarter mile of existing subdivisions, even though far less disruptive options do exist to the east, and that's been addressed. And Commissioner Thayer was up here earlier. About 10 years ago, we had an application for a transmission line that basically transits north to south as this one does. That was all handled one-on-one with landowners, very few of them. I think there were 7 large property owners. In this case, I think there's 50-plus properties that are being passed. But every one of those landowners 10 years ago voluntarily worked with Excel and provided right-of-way. This county will work with people that will work with them. In 10 years, something changed dramatically in the attitude that Excel had towards the people of this county, and it's truly unconscionable. But anyway, looking at all of that, I don't see how the Board of County Commissioners in this county could have done anything other than what they did, which was to deny the permitting. And I think you will find the same if you look through the record in full. Second, the PUC has a duty to ensure that residents are treated fairly by the entities that the state has granted nearly a monopoly power to. And I know that that is a big aspect of what you do. Our landowners out here from the beginning have improperly and unfairly been told that this was a done deal. I mean, the reports of it were so much so, almost constant in our Board of County Commissioner meetings, that we asked our attorney at the time to draft a letter to Excel to clarify to those that were, in most cases, contracted with them to be honest with our citizens. Yes, they had a certificate of need. That's not a done deal. There was still a lengthy process ahead of them, a process we're still in now. So to be telling people from day one that you should just give up, sign the paper, turn it over, this is a done deal, was just wrong. You know, and then when we got to the hearing itself, I stood in the back of the room as I did here, we saw what we generally do. Staff gave an overview of the project. The applicant presented. There were lots of questions. Our residents got up and they made lots of comment. And then there was a break and came back in a second day to look at things. In that second day, after all of the work that had preceded, as I said, 18 months where they were actively working with input to our 1041 regulations, pre-application meetings, the back and forth with staff. Suddenly they were asking questions of the commissioners like, what does it mean to co-locate a right-of-way or expand it? These are questions that never should have been asked, and they seem to be asked purely to put some question into the record that maybe things weren't clear, but they were. And the games that were played on the backs of our citizens, the people I represent, just, it was really disturbing to see. No, I'll leave that there. But I would say if you, the PUC, turns that behavior into a winning strategy, you will confirm the worst fear of those of us in rural Colorado, and that is that local processes are just to check the block before a real decision is made in Denver. And that would sadden me. So for the sake of the facts and for the sake of fairness to the people I represent, I would urge you to uphold Elbert County's decision and deny this appeal. I have no doubt that this county will continue to work with Xcel to find an appropriate pathway to bring power across this county. The one that was presented is not acceptable. And it doesn't fit within the regulations, and it should be denied. But I think they will find that we will still work with them. You've seen quite a few people in here that are very unhappy, but you've seen people that have been very respectful, and they will continue to be. But they deserve to be worked with, not around. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think your microphone, push the button.
You got tired.
It should be green.
We're wearing out the microphone. Sally Cornwell, and I live in Simla. I want to quickly say that I had served as science and technology advisor to the governor here in Colorado back in the 1980s. And during that time, the pushing of science and technology and economic development were new trends and tools. We've done a lot over the years, but the thing that has happened is that those things have kind of become gods in our society, and we forget to look at what is the higher good, and that's tough to sort out. It's always been tough in a state like Colorado with so many gifts that we have. I want to say just a couple of things in view of looking at things through science, technology, and economic development. The greater good in terms of quality of life really is not necessarily tied to how those numbers rank up. So I would just suggest to you that in some cases like this, pretty clearly, the public benefit, the quality of life here in Elbert County is not benefited through this project. In fact, I have a bias about the wind generators anyway, the wind turbines, as having been a horrible science and technology mistake. And this is to generate the energy that's generated through that mistake. So let's not perpetuate mistake after mistake. So take a look at it in that way. Again, it's not just a question of economic benefit for some. The visual quality of life counts too, by the way, as someone pointed out. Secondly, I wanted to make the point that I know that Xcel has kind of brushed away the health risk on these transmission lines, but in view of the research, if you go back and look, it is showing more and more documentation of health risk over time as there were more and more high-powered transmission lines being built throughout the world, not just here, but these reports are from a variety of countries showing particularly things like greater incidence of childhood leukemia. And okay, so maybe it's still measured as a low risk, but I would have you consider how many lives are okay with low risk. 1,000 kids die, that's okay. Or maybe just 100, it's a lower risk. Is one child's life worth it? I can't answer that. You are to answer that in this case. The third point is that I live in Simla, and the route comes right through town, so it certainly impacts our property values and quality of life, and it interferes with the transportation routes there that are the lifeblood of that little community. So if you take a look at that, and that it really offers no benefit, zero benefit that we could find for the people in the community of Simla or in Elbert County, as you're hearing tonight. So I would just ask of you folks who have a very difficult position, and I respect that, and you're at a checkpoint in your careers and in your lives, but take a look at the reasons you were put here on earth. Was it for financial gain, political positioning and kudos, career success, or was it for some higher good? So just take a look in your hearts and try to make the honestly best decision you can find. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Terry Nilsson Baird. I live about 12 miles southeast, right off of Highway 86. I have a significant number of llamas on the property, and I moved to Elbert County almost 30 years ago in order to do this. I can look out every single window on the west side of my house, and the only thing I'm going to be able to see are those towers. Because right now I have a pretty clear line of sight down into the Bijou Basin, which is really pretty, and then up the hill and to the water tower in Kiowa. So I'm going to look at almost every inch of that thing as it parallels 86. I had hoped to be able to put my house on the market in the spring. Obviously, this is going to be a big impact on that, because even if it's not built yet, knowing that it's coming is going to decrease my property value. The very thought of construction and how 60 llamas are going to react to helicopters dropping wire, I don't even want to know. So please, come out someday. Take a look. It's the highest hill east of the Bijou. Take a look at what we've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Susie Dodge, and thank you for letting us all speak here tonight.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
You've heard this already tonight, but I'm going to repeat it. I oppose Xcel Energy's route for their power pathway for many, many reasons. One of them being the drastic decrease in property values that will occur if these high voltage transmission towers are approved. Xcel's chosen route travels through a more populated part of our county. Most of us have worked our adult lives to build our homes and live here. A review of the literature clearly reveals significant loss in property value once high voltage power lines are present. Studies show a range of decrease between 25 to up to 75%, with most showing a loss of about 45% average. In addition, it is reported that many buyers refuse to even look at such properties, and it can take up to 6 times longer to sell properties with adjoining transmission line easements. When these properties finally sell at approximately a 45% loss in value, their sale price will become comp values used for other county properties for sale, decreasing their property values even if they are not near the power lines. A decrease in property valuation leads to a decrease in property tax revenue, which will also strain our already overburdened and underfunded services in this county. It would make much more sense to locate this route in a less populated part of the county, an area with much larger tracts of land where property devaluation would not be as significant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Oops, a little loud. My name is Gabrielle Wiemers, and I live right on. My name is Gabrielle Wiemers, and I live right on Highway 86. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better.
Wasn't there a commercial about that? So I'm really opposing this route and the transmission route because for following reason, the environmental obstruction causing drastic negative changes for the quality of our lives. Environmental, view, wildlife, increased fire hazard. Economically, reduction of real estate values because their rule is first, view, 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 or location, location, location. Financially, reduction of tax revenue, potential higher home and property insurance premium, potential legal expenses, potential health risk, potential health implication, especially regarding the cancer risk, are the power lines produce electromagnetic fields, EMFs, a form of radiation that some have suspected could increase cancer risk with significant exposure over time. Safety, increase local traffic during construction and preventive maintenance. It's a danger. The highway is very small. Fire hazard. The increased fire hazard, see the Marshall Fire in Boulder County in late 2021, caused an estimated $2 billion in damages and had Xcel facing more than 300 lawsuits, which some of them are still in court. For example, during operation of a 45,000 volt line, arcing can occur across a distance of several feet or more, which can cause fire danger. The dry thunderstorms can further enhance the fire danger. The high wind speed in Elbert County can also add to the fire danger. Based on available data, the highest wind gust recorded in Elbert County, Colorado, appears to be 125 miles per hour. This occurred during a tornado on May 20th, 25. We do not need to install higher fire danger through the Xcel's preferred pathway in Elbert County. So the conclusion, with all the risk and involved negativities, the residents of Elbert County are not having any benefits from the Xcel preferred pathway through Stateway Highway 86. Therefore, please decline Xcel's preferred pathway application through State Highway 86 and through the heart of Elbert County. I also want to mention, if you, the PAC commissioners, deny this application, you can force Xcel to take an alternative route. It's in your power. So the other thing, I have another question, which I'm closing. How come Excel curves around all Cheyenne County? Why can't they do it here? Maybe you can give us an answer to that later. Thank you so much.
Thank
Have
you.
a good evening.
You too.
Thank you. My name is John Mott. I live east of here. This is going to work out. Okay, this better. I thank you for coming out. So one of the things the transmission line is being purported to be about is about natural resources. Well, one of the natural resources that we've kind of talked about but haven't really discussed is we have a natural resource based on view. Now, I'm a transplant. No, I am not from California. I'm actually from Montana, which is even worse, to see what happens when people move in. If you go east of here, 3 miles, sit on the hill. I moved out here about 16 years ago. You could see about 20 degrees, maybe 30 degrees of red lights at night. I think the red lights are now at 180 degrees and growing. I understand the need for power and things like that, but I don't know about anybody else in this room, and all I can speak about is for me, but I'm getting absolutely resentful of the fact that the Front Range views eastern Colorado as a wasteland and as a resource to be used however fit for the Front Range. And this transmission line is very evident of that. I find it extraordinarily ironic and hypocritical that we talk about victim rights and victims and minorities, and it's all right to do that in a lot of cases. Well, in this case, we're probably the minority here. I think Denver probably outweighs us in a population, I think. I don't know for sure. And yet it's all right now it's all right for the people in power to oppress those that are in a minority. And that's what I'm seeing in a lot of this. When I see a public company come in and just blatantly say, we really do not care what you think, we really do not care what you want, we are going to do whatever we want. And when I found out actually that they were already doing condemnations of land before they'd even been submitted the proposal to the county commissioner, I was actually horrified to find that out, because now it's set up in a situation where if it is granted to Excel to put the transmission line where they want it, what it basically says is power is all right and might is all right, and you can push and shove whatever you want to on whoever you want to, with you say a few keywords, oh, it's for the greater good and things like that. And on the one hand, oh, well, what about victims and minorities? Well, in this case, it's all right because it's eastern Colorado. We already have a sacrifice area. It's farther east of here. As I said, it's 180 degrees to red lights. We already have transmission lines going through there. It's what I would call a sacrifice area. It's already ruined. You can't really view it without seeing blinky lights or towers or whatever. I come from Montana, and within 300 yards of our house are wind towers that are 600 feet tall. You don't have anything like that here. And we don't, and it's horrific. And they just put them up recently, and it's a travesty. And yet they do it, and they're going to fall down and go to waste here within years because we know that. But if you're going to sacrifice the area, go do it where it's already screwed up. You know, don't go through Bijou Basin or down through here, where in a lot of degrees it's somewhat pristine. Because God knows, because Xcel owns them, they own wind farms. Right behind the transmission lines are wind turbines. And I think that's actually their end game. And that's why they don't want it out east. I'd be really curious to know that question. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kim Munson. That's spelled Monson. And I have a radio talk show 6 to 8 a.m. Monday through Friday. So it's going to be a little early tomorrow morning. But I think this is so important that I wanted to be here. And that is protecting private property rights.
Can you talk more into the mic?
Oh, excuse me. Okay. Should I start over? Are we okay?
No, you're good.
Okay. And I'm a former city councilwoman in Lone Tree as well. And the Elbert County Commissioners got it right to deny Xcel's incomplete application for this industrial transmission line. My understanding is that there are alternate routes for this line, and I ask that you require Xcel to consider these. Xcel is a monopoly and has monopolistic power over its customers. Its largest shareholders are Vanguard, which is 12.97%, and BlackRock Advisors, 7.38%. Ideally, the job for Xcel would be to provide reliable, affordable, abundant, and efficient energy for their customers, and then a return on investment to these investors. But once you put land grabs into the mix, everything changes. Your duty as members of the Public Utilities Commission is to serve as a watchdog over Xcel, not affirm their agenda, which is focusing on unreliable, inefficient, and unsustainable power from industrial wind and solar projects via industrial transmission lines. While they opine that they want to provide affordable power, they just came to you last month and asked for a $356 million increase that the ratepayers are going to have to pay. Doesn't sound very affordable when we have all these PBIs, politicians and bureaucrats and interested parties say that they want to make Colorado more affordable. My understanding is that even after the Elbert County Commissioners denied this incomplete application, Xcel is suing and threatening Elbert County property owners with eminent domain. The use of eminent domain is very questionable in this case, and if not unconstitutional. Eminent domain should be used very sparingly, and it is antithetical to the American idea of property ownership that a corporation could take people's land via eminent domain. My understanding regarding eminent domain is something for the general welfare for everyone, and taking people's land in Elbert County where they will not receive any power whatsoever from this process is wrong. So to allow a monopoly to take everyday people's property and reduce land for food production is wrong, and I call on you to stand on the right side of history and to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Espinosa, and first of all, I want to say thank you so much for all of the sincere care and the sincere listening tonight, because this is a lot, but it's so important. And truly, I'm thinking, what more can I add to what's already been said? I really don't know that I have a whole lot more to add, other than just to saying I do stand against the proposed Xcel project. And I do not personally know of anyone who does approve this in Elbert County. Personally, or a business owner, I know of no one. And I guess to just say it simply, I'm here to stand for life, and I'm here to stand for the beauty of Elbert County and of Colorado as a whole. It's already been said, but I feel like the beauty part is a given. I think anybody can see that such a project takes away from the beauty. And there are, I guess going back to the life part, like it's been said before, there are studies that are coming out more and more talking about EMFs and the dangers interfering with the cellular functioning of life. And that goes down to literally plants. It goes to the insects, the pollinators, the wildlife, the cattle, the livestock, and it impacts, obviously, human life as well. And there are plenty of studies that are coming out talking about the tie to cancer, tumor growth, and again, I just want to say I'm standing for the life and the beauty of Elbert County in Colorado. And I bless you that you would truly move forward in in heavenly courage, heavenly wisdom, and heavenly integrity. We need more of that in Colorado right now. May it be seen, and may we show, and may respect be shown for what has been decided already in Elbert County that is sound and good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Josh Palmer. I actually live about 45 minutes south of here in El Paso County. I won't be able to attend the El Paso County's meeting next month, so I wanted to come tonight, and I wanted to come and support my neighbors. I wanted to support the process, and I wanted to share just a few thoughts. I'm not here to offer my opinion on whether or not this is a good idea or not, but I wanted to share a few thoughts that I had. I didn't attend the land use meeting in Elbert County, but I did attend it in El Paso County, and one of the things that I heard during the presentation was a lot of what I thought to be unverifiable claims. They talked about, economic benefit to eastern El Paso County. They talked about and implied, what's good for the state of Colorado is good for eastern Colorado. And even though they didn't include it in their presentation, they did admit when they were asked that El Paso County and Elbert County and eastern Colorado wouldn't see any of the benefits of this energy line. But they did imply that, well, what's good for Colorado is good for everybody else. I think they didn't provide any justification. So what I would recommend and ask of the Public Utility Commission is, as you're considering your decision, to take into account and omit anything that can't be verified. If there's no data, if there's no justification, if they can't prove some of their claims, I think they probably shouldn't be considered as a point of justification. Someone earlier on mentioned a third-party review. I think that's absolutely appropriate. Someone also mentioned, they talked about windmills, and I'm going to use that as an example. If I wanted to install a windmill, I could hire a subject matter expert and say, please provide me justification as to why this windmill would work here. And I would get an answer that usually would support a predetermined conclusion. But a more appropriate answer should probably be in that scenario is this location the best spot for this windmill? So I think a third-party review, and it could be in joint agreement between Excel and the counties, Elbert and El Paso County, but a third-party review of all the data and all the findings and all the conclusions may help provide a clear explanation as to what's being requested here. Yeah, that's it. I didn't really want to provide support one way or the other, but I wanted to share my thoughts, and I wanted to support my neighbors. Thank you.
Thanks for coming out. Thank you.
I'm not very tall. It should work. Hello, is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, good. My name's Gary Austin. I've been to every one of the meetings.
You may need to get, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, okay. Name's Gary Austin, and I live 3 miles east of here, which is the first time the Ponderosa Pines cross the highway on both sides. You leave going by the post office, you go up the hill, you hit the trees. That's our place on the south side. That is where the power line's going to go. I have just a few things. There's been so many people that have made tremendous statements. The fire risk is huge. Don't need to go back over that. I will say that for my Eagle, yeah, there he is, the Eagle man, that I have had absolutely, my whole career has been involved in endangered species protection, 40 years. And I've been in more of these kinds of meetings than it's impossible to count them. And I will tell you that the worst company I've ever dealt with has been Excel. which in their legal papers, they renamed themselves PSCO. I'm not really sure why they did that, but they're Excel to me. Anyhow, at every one of the meetings, I ask, and they were not Excel employees, they were all contractors that I ran into around the information centers. I'd ask them, well, what are you doing about pronghorn migration? What are you doing about, endangered species? We have nesting endangered species on our property. We have goldens, we don't have bald eagles, but, there's just a lot of it. And they always looked at me like deer in the headlights. Well, we don't really have anything on that. And I'm sitting there going, they're going to spend, somebody mentioned earlier, it's like $1.7 billion, and they're going to distress miles of Colorado lands, and they have no data, no pre-construction studies on protecting endangered species, dealing with archaeological issues, dealing with cultural and historical issues, dealing with water runoff, and I never got a thing. So I'll quit summarizing, and I'm the tree guy, like I said. Because we have about half of our property forested, and there are many, many, many wonderful 350-year-old pine trees there that serve a lot of purposes. My wife will tell you all about that. I want to get out of the room before she starts talking. Anyway, sorry.
You may regret that statement later tonight.
You're right. I have two points. One, I wish I had really worked my way into the comment situation, because I think when I tell this little story, I think a lot of people are going to continue to be amazed. But before I forget, I offer the very proud support to our Planning Commission, our Board of County Commissioners, our state representatives, our elected officials, in support of denying this project. I am in complete agreement with that. But there's been talk about the legal actions that have taken place, and I just want to update you on where that is. As soon as we really knew much about this project, because we were very late to be notified, when they finally got a hold of me, I asked them, I said, well, why is this going on? And I don't know anything about it. Well, they hadn't had any meetings yet. And they said, well, we couldn't find you. And I said, I've had the same phone number and the same address for 34 years. And even everybody knows how to find me. But whatever. Excel served us papers for condemnation. And besides it being bad enough that they quote eminent domain every time you talk to them and they threaten you with it, they served papers for immediate possession. So not only would they get the property, but they would take it, like six or 7 days. I don't even know, I don't exactly know what immediate is, but immediate scares the heck out of you. They've insisted that they need to do pre-construction activities. I was one of the first, my wife and I, families, to sign an agreement for 12 months. That was back in 23, 24, and later in 24. It expired this year, so thankfully we're not a part of it. But in exchange for signing that agreement to let them on the property so they could do some surveying and some soil surveys, they committed that they would not use vehicles to drive on our land. They committed that they would bring out and do a on-foot survey of the Archie water, wildlife, and cultural and historical. because the trail runs right behind our place. And, you know, we don't know that much about it because we don't know how much it's been studied, but we know it's there. So they have no information on that. They never sent the people out. The sum total that I've been able to determine that they did for wildlife clearance is they had a biologist who drove a vehicle down 86. Now, I don't know how fast they went, but I suspect pretty fast because you'll get run off the road if you don't move out there. Currently, the court is considering multiple motions to dismiss XL's motions that they've already made to dismiss the immediate possession and the eminent domain actions. Okay, that's the status. Well, we were just notified today that on tomorrow, XL is refiling immediate possession and condemnation papers on our property. I don't know about everybody else, but, you know, it's quite a shock to me because the judge, when I attended the combined management conference that we had, she told everybody clearly, nothing will happen until you guys settle your disagreement with the county. Your case, your court case has to be decided first, and that's not supposed to happen. I don't know what your exact schedule is, but later in December and or maybe in January. So we were feeling okay that decision needed to be made. And along with their information about where they are, as here we sit talking about a project where they have no permits to proceed, they're not only taking legal action in the courts tomorrow on our property to try and get immediate possession for pre-construction activities, which they have not explained to us. We don't even know what that is, and immediate possession. So I can just say that the last point is reasonable compensation. They're great at quoting you how they can use eminent domain, even though, as been mentioned here, they're a privately held for-profit company, which shouldn't be able to do that, but they threaten it all the time. When it gets to compensation, they actually put us up in writing and complained that we were difficult to negotiate with. I can tell you that I've gotten 3 letters from them, no negotiation, a whole bunch of legal things that I get to do and I must do for a very small sum of money when you look at what land costs out here. And I think everybody in this room understands that. So I would lastly like to say that I was very personally offended when at the Simla meeting, as we were going around the tables, one of their people told one of my neighbors just what Mr. Kinney, and I was excluded from the Mr. Kinney meeting. I was standing in the street waiting to go in, and they came out and said, we can only handle just a few people. So I didn't make the cut list. 3 miles east of here, 200 acres, half of it's forest. He didn't want to hear about that. But I also heard that he said, we aren't changing, we aren't doing anything, we're going to run that right down that route. And that's what the gentleman told us at the Simla meeting. And I heard, you know how in a meeting there's a lot of hum, it's like being in a restaurant, it's just a lot of noise going on. It wasn't loud, but I did hear that gentleman thank you. I'm closing right now, I promise. I did hear that gentleman say, so you're telling me that nothing we say will make any difference, so we might as well all go home. And the room got kind of quiet when that was heard. He didn't yell, he didn't threaten anybody, he just stated that, and we all went, well, what in the world are we doing here? But all of the contractors and the Excel personnel retreated to a room in the back of the school, locked themselves in there, and called the sheriff's office. So shortly after, it was supposed to be a 2-hour meeting, we're hanging around going, what are we going to do now? The SWAT team shows up. I'm talking cattle prices with a guy I know from over there, and we weren't paying any attention, we were just yakking. And there was this big presence right here. And behind me, they said, you have to leave. And I turned around, and there's like a 6'6" tall, 6'6" wide guy in full combat gear. And I said, well, they told us the meeting went till, he said, leave now. And I thought, I can't believe I came to a public meeting in Simla and got evicted by the SWAT team. But that's what the Excel folks think of us. We're a pretty rowdy crowd. I don't think you've probably seen very much rowdiness tonight. Thank you very much for giving me a little extra time.
Thank you, sir.
I'm a little in shock by hearing that gentleman's testimony about the SWAT team. Please forgive me while I collect myself. My name is Elizabeth Buck. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Tim Norton and his deputies for being here. I'd also like to thank my community members for taking the time to come here and stand up against Goliath. Next, I'd like to express my appreciation to you commissioners for coming here and seeing that we are not just boxes on your computer screen. We are the people whose land, safety, and lives your decisions will directly impact. Excel does not provide electrical services here, to my knowledge. We receive no benefit from this project, only risk. Burden without benefit is not acceptable public policy. Excel has acted inappropriately, and you must not reward their actions. They've initiated eminent domain before permits were complete. They sent communication to residents implying that this project was already a done deal. They've created fear, confusion, and emotional distress in our community. They have submitted incomplete applications, ignored fire safety requirements, rejected multiple alternate routes. Eminent domain is a tool of last resort and requires good faith, complete filings, public benefit, and exhausted alternatives. Excel meets none of those criteria. They are a private company that does not even serve our county, so they should not have power to seize land from the people who receive no benefit. They begin condemnation before the legal process was complete. That is a direct violation of our rights to due process. And the people of this county should not have to spend thousands of dollars defending land that a corporation has no legal authority to take. The utilities answer to your commission. If you allow these tactics to stand, you are communicating that intimidation and procedural shortcuts are acceptable here in Colorado. They cannot be acceptable. I am asking you directly to not only refuse to allow them to continue to move forward, but to hold them accountable. As far as I know, you have the power to issue fines for bad faith conduct, order corrective measures, order Excel to cease condemnation activities immediately, and to reimburse affected residents for documented harm caused by improper actions. Backstop authority does not apply here. Historically, it is only used when no alternative route exists, the grid is at risk if the project is not completed, and the county has acted in bad faith. But none of that is true. Elbert County did everything by the book. We held hearings, we provided transparency, identified issues, documented fire safety environmental concerns, and we issued a reasonable lawful denial. You're here to decide whether their denial was unreasonable, but it wasn't. Colorado now has the fastest growing wildfire threat in the nation, and they've already paid out $64 million for the Marshall Fire. Yet they refuse to bury the lines and claim that it's cost prohibitive. Aren't payouts after massive fires going to cost much more than burying those power lines? A power line like this in a high wind corridor is not a minor issue. It's a predictable hazard. If a fire starts because of this project after you approved it, despite documented objections, this commission will be responsible, not in theory, but in reality. We've heard all night about the health concerns, which I really implore you guys to look into. There's tons of studies that have documented that this is a legitimate concern. Obviously, disruption to livestock, the wildlife, the ecosystem. If you approve this, it would set a statewide precedent that invites abuse. Every utility company in Colorado will learn that they can submit a weak application, get denied, run to the PUC, and then use eminent domain as leverage. Local governments like Elbert County will lose all authority. You will become the only gatekeepers, and therefore the only liable ones for every consequence. You're not just deciding a route, you're deciding whether rural communities have any protection at all. You hold the authority to stop this pattern of abuse, not just for Elbert County, but for every rural and vulnerable community in Colorado. Please deny the backstop and make it clear to Excel that the PUC will not tolerate intimidation, misinformation, premature condemnation, or disregard for public safety ever again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Patrick Draper, and I'm here representing my neighbors that could not be here tonight. And we strongly oppose Xcel Energy Pathways agenda, potentially intruding, invading, and destroying Elbert County's beauty and quality of life. My property at one point was flanked on the front highway side for potential pathway, and also through Kiowa Creek, which my property backs up to, as another potential high transmission pathway. When we first moved here, and we would drive back and forth into town on Quincy, there were not as many high transmission power lines. Over time, we watched more and more be installed, and then we watched the installation of the Blight solar farm blanket the land and destroy the beauty and scenery of that area. Thanks to Xcel Energy and the woke idiots that are governing Arapahoe County and the woke appointed PUC, when I purchased my home in 2016, we stood in a dining room and looked out the window, and we could see Brick Center intersection at Quincy, and the water tower over there, but there was no solar farms. Now when I look out that direction, it's not only blight, it's black. It's all blacked out from the solar farms that produce inefficient, depreciating energy production over the course of the lifespan of solar panels. It's disgusting and disturbing to view and to think that all in the namesake of money, that the people would destroy this land and its beauty for those who want to live out here. Additionally, when I walk down my driveway in the evening, it faces east, which directly faces Callahan, the bird-murdering windmill farm, and all I see is a field of flashing red lights and more light pollution. I'm a native of Colorado. I've lived in Denver and surrounding suburbs throughout most of my life and have always wanted to own property in the country. Now, unfortunately, all we see and feel is the green energy narrative forced down our throats and pushed on our backs every day. It's all a hoax and it's all bullshit. These are not renewable, let alone sustainable forms of energy production. I pose the question of how is something allegedly known to be sustainable if it can't be recycled? I also have to pose another question, which is if the appearance interferes or destroys the rest of the natural beauty and scenery and doesn't have any consistent and or depreciating energy output, why do we even consider these options? Money in other people's pockets. Why would Xcel and or the PUC ever consider options that potentially would remove people via eminent domain from their properties, affecting their families, health, their livelihoods, and all in the name of profits for Xcel Energy? In less than 10 years, Xcel Energy has managed to destroy large swaths of land and its serene beauty, along with resources for our wild animals, including owls, wild birds, and raptors. For God's sake, stop murdering the bald eagles. The people that approve, own, and install wind turbines should have to face the same demise as these birds have had been murdered. Eye for an eye for each and every one of you. We have had nesting bald eagles less than a half mile from my home in Kiowa Creek. They visit my power poles during nesting season every year from December through spring and sometimes even into late summer. The Public Utility Commission is a government operation that is composed of people that are appointed and not elected. Therefore, they are compelled by false political narratives and funds from our corrupt, fat, bald, gay grooming governor, Jared Schultz Polis. And we should resist and push back on them whatever effort is required. The PUC or the PUC should dissolve immediately. This commission is not in place to help people. They are a Gestapo of the criminal liberal leadership that is running the state in multiple levels into the ground. Most likely, recently you've heard that they want to outlaw all natural gas appliances and existing appliances. We won't let this happen. These people are liberal clowns that need to be put in their places. I pose the question of when do we stand up and use our constitutional Second Amendment rights to defend our constitutional rights that Xcel Energy and the PUC are likely to violate. We, the people of Elbert County, are at war with Xcel Energy Pathways agenda and the PUC. We've been at war for multiple years, and it's time to bring this to an end. With that being said, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of the ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to effect their safety and happiness. Prudence, indeed, will dictate that governments long established should not be charged for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shewn that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations pursuing invariable the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. With that being said, it is our responsibility to take whatever measures and or efforts to end these Xcel Energy green energy power pathways agendas and to snuff out, extinguish this fire immediately. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and giving us Elbert County citizens the illusion that our comments have an impact on decisions that appear to have already been made by the state, Xcel, and those all involved. Thank you to the commissioners who have stood up on the behalf of the citizens of Elbert County and denied Xcel Energy. Now get the hell out of Elbert County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm the one with the tree guy that's not nice, but I really am. My name is Colleen Austin. We live 3 miles. Can you hear?
Yeah.
Okay, we live 3 miles east in the trees. We moved to Kiowa on May 22nd in 1988. We raised cattle for many, many years. Then we got old and smart and sold, but we still live on the same ranch. We never expected to have our land condemned and were served papers demanding immediate possession for an electric transmission line that has not yet been approved, and that all our trees would be clear-cutted. We love our land and the landscaping. These trees have many purposes. They block the winds, bad weather, highway noise, but most importantly, they are a safety barrier for our home. There have been many accidents on the highway, our entrance right on 86. All of these accidents are major high-speed wrecks. But thankfully, the trees have protected our house. My second point is coming in January. I have a very hard decision to make. I have cancer, and I'm currently in treatment, which is very expensive. So do I pay for continuing the treatments that hopefully will save my life? Or do I continue to pay the very expensive legal expenses necessary to protect the value of my land and my home? We have been told by Xcel that our home will have a huge power line running over and through my grandkids' playground, yet it will not affect or impact the value of our home. Also, no value at all was assessed for all of our very old, large trees that are going to be destroyed. How can they even say that? My last point, my son lives with us. He is very disabled, and he is only one of 5,000 people in the U.S. suffering stiff person syndrome. You've probably heard of it. It's the Celine Dion disease that he's suffering with. It's a debilitating sickness. He suffers day and night. He's confined to home, in bed, and in pain. Having already spent most of our retirement plan paying medical bills, we were counting on the value of our land and home. It's the last asset we have to take care of our son and ourselves. Routing the power lines makes the resale of our home, if necessary, and it is, severely reduced, which is devastating to our family. We couldn't sell our house now if we wanted to, especially since we've already been served papers for condemnation. We are legally not able to sell. It's really absurd for Xcel's experts to stand up in a public meeting and state that such a huge and dangerous project built so close would have zero negative impact on the value of our home. Our barn is about 60 feet away, and our house is right at 100 feet away. And like I say, the trees are what protect the cars coming off the highway at great speed. There have been so many wrecks there. It's really, really sad. Okay. Our understanding, based on independent experts, is the value could be reduced by half, making it impossible to care for our family's health. It's so sad. Really, shame on Xcel.
Thank you. Sorry for your health problems.
You just stay positive.
Well, I'll try not to get too emotional after that. I was really feeling prepared to come up here and not get emotional. But Colleen insisted that she went in front of me, and now I'm kicking myself that I didn't kick her out of her spot.
A tough story to follow.
I'll just start and read what I've gotten. My name is Jessica, and I live at 31995 Private Road 55 in Kiowa. I also run Camp Serendipity, which is located at the same address. And I'm one of the landowners facing condemnation actions from Xcel, and I'm neighbors with Colleen and Gary over there. So pretty much everything she said I agree with as well, as far as impact and trees and the wreck. We actually just had a really bad wreck right there by their house less than 2 weeks ago, and those trees did save those homes from getting a lot closer to that accident. I want to speak on some of my family's unique concerns, how these towers will impact us directly already, and how they have already impacted us. My husband and I bought our property in 2018 when we were just 26 years old. We invested everything we had into our home, and we were excited to start our family in Elbert County. We actually brought both of our 2 young daughters home to the house that we live in, so it holds sentimental value to us just with that alone. Xcel's proposed line will run across the west end of our property and parallel to the entire parcel along the south side of 86. Our property is unique. It is a narrow 5-acre parcel, and at its widest point, it's less than 200 feet across, leaving no space to absorb the impact of these towers and the lines. What remains unclear is whether a tower will be placed directly on our land or whether the easement will be aerial only. When asked to put in writing that we would have an aerial easement only, we were told that Xcel was unwilling to do that. We've spoken with their land agents and attorneys, but too often we encounter vague answers, shifting explanations, and verbal assurances that no one will commit to in writing. That does not constitute transparency or good faith negotiation. We are being asked to make major decisions about our future without essential information. Additionally, we understand that Xcel intends to clear-cut the tree line along 86, which provides us with little privacy noise protection from the highway. Most of these trees are not on our property, so we will not receive any compensation, yet the loss will significantly affect our home and its value. Another point that I haven't heard anyone speak about is that the current path has the line zigzagging across the highway outside of the town. It will run on the south side of 86, and then it'll be cutting across the highway over, or possibly onto, our property, and then running on the north side until about you hit the water tower, and then it'll be cutting back to the south side, and then again crossing to the north before traveling up Kiowa Bennett Road. This makes 4 times that the line will cross back and forth over Highway 86 over less than a 3-mile distance. And they say that it won't cause eyesores. Additionally, I operate a licensed outdoor children's day camp on our property. My camp serves 150 children each summer. My camp is entirely outdoors, and if these towers are loud, disruptive, or even perceived as a health concern, it is very possible that parents will stop sending their kids. That threatens not only our livelihood, but a community resource that has become meaningful to many families in Elbert and Douglas County. My business allows me to be at home with my kids during the school year, which is priceless. These towers will impact every ounce of our day-to-day lives, and yet we have been told that my business will receive no consideration or compensation if this route were to be approved and condemnation followed. We have heard many opinions about how this project might affect property values, but ultimately they are only guesses. Some are more informed than others, but none come with any guarantees. If eminent domain is being used or even threatened, then it is my opinion that the parties seeking to take someone's land against their will should be held to a higher and moral ethical standard, one that provides real protections and meaningful assurances to landowners. There should be guarantees that compensate us for the very real losses and risks that we face. Excel has shown us no willingness to provide those assurances. We are being asked to shoulder significant risk with no clarity and no benefit to our family or our community. We do not receive power from Excel. These towers will provide nothing to our county, and nothing has been offered to us to offset the harm and risk that we are concerned about and that you've heard about tonight. Finally, Excel has publicly stated that they have made every reasonable effort to work with landowners. Unfortunately, that's not been our experience. They have refused to answer basic questions that will not put essential commitments in writing, yet they now claim condemnation is necessary because they need immediate access for pre-construction activities that they will not define. This is especially troubling given that we personally provided them a right of entry agreement in January of 2024 for an entire year to complete any pre-construction testing. Land agents made promises they lacked authority to make, pressured landowners with threats of condemnation and premature best and final offers, and misrepresented the project as a done deal years before the county received their application and eventually denied. These tactics created confusion and fear, leading some landowners to believe they had no choice. The only thing we did wrong was own land that they want, and it has negatively impacted our lives, and we have paid a heavy price. This is our firsthand experience, and I know many others have faced similar treatment. I cannot agree with Excel's claim that they have made every reasonable effort to work with us, and I hope this commission will see through these statements and deny this route. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Terry Turbin. I live in Elbert County. I've been here for 15 years. Appreciate your time tonight. I don't envy your job. It is not going to be easy because you're caught in the middle. And, I was thinking, I've been in construction all my life, and I work downtown Denver.
You might get a little closer if you don't mind.
So I work downtown Denver. We have building rules, regulations. We have city inspections, and we have to abide by those inspections. And if we don't, we have to go back and fix what the inspector doesn't like. And it'll cost us money by going back and having to fix something that was wrong that we should have done right the first time. Well, it's kind of like Excel. Excel is taking a shortcut. And what they're doing, they're getting paid for taking that shortcut. And they don't have to spend any of their money going back and fixing what they've done wrong. So
again, I don't envy your guys' job. I want you to hear with your ears and go with your heart, because every one of these people here, whether they live on 2 acres, 4 acres, 50 acres, 100 acres, it doesn't matter. They work a full-time job. They go home, they take care of their goats, they take care of their pigs, their cows, whatever that may be. They're working 3, 4 jobs. Their night probably doesn't end till 9, 10 o'clock. I go downtown Denver every day, come home, feed my horses, feed the cattle, take care of the pigs, whatever. It's just, we want you guys to hear our voice, knowing that you have a big conglomerate in Excel who's trying to be the bully to push us around here. It's just not right. And I'm sure you've been to many other meetings besides these meetings and hear the same stuff over and over because we're trying to protect our land. But we put our heart and soul in that. And we take it serious. Again, whether it's 2 acres, 5 acres, 10 acres, 40 acres, take it out east. They have thousands of acres. Not that it's any different for the big rancher out there. It's no different. But they have more land that they can spare to where it's not a harm to our community here. It's a big deal, guys. And we want you to hear us. And we want you to feel us with your heart. And again, I don't envy you because I know it's a tough job. But you guys, we have to rely on you because you're our voice. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Wojtek Zdanovich and my wife Brenda. We purchased the land in Kiowa. We don't live here, but we own 80 acres right along Highway 86, so we own it for 2 years. And Excel serve us with papers. That's my neighbors right here too. They're taking 6 acres of our land for the power lines. They forced me to hire independent appraiser, which he appraised the land, how much they taken, and they not even close to giving us the money that he said it's affecting. They're putting the tower right in front of my house, like from here to probably to them. So I'm from Poland, really a big transplant. This is not right. I know you guys have a power to stop this, and it should be stopped. Colorado just passed the Senate bill, SB 24-218, that doesn't mandate. It encourages the public utilities who are privately vested, which is Excel, they're privately owned, to put aside 1% of utilities' interest revenues into the underground plans for burying the lines. That happened last year. They're talking about the money, how much it takes, or how much they need to spend to put the lines in the ground. Well, where's the money? They already put away, they made $2 billion. My math is pretty good. That's 20 million. Where's the money going? How come they're not investing? How come they're not mandated by this, that this is a new project for them? They mandated by the state senate, and they're not doing it. It is about the money for them, but apparently for all the owners here, it's not about the money. We can't be compensated for anything. They throwing all this, everything that happened, that came to my house, it was a lie. Just simple. People came to my house, showed me the papers. I'm assuming everybody else did the same thing. They showed up, they showed us all these papers and said, you have to sign here now. Because it's a done deal, they're gonna take the land. And they are doing it. So what they said about the money, all that stuff, how this is not gonna impact us, that's a lie. The one thing they made, it's true, they're taking our land, regardless of, I guess, anybody's doing it. I'm building a project here in Kiowa. I went through same process that Excel is going. I had to go to the county. We had to submit tremendous amount of plans. We had to have all these studies to get it done, to get it approved. We went in front of the county commissioner, and I got the approval to do the project that I wanted to do. Excel went through the same exact process. They denied it because the application is incomplete. How in the heck a company that's worth billions of dollars cannot hire the right people to give whatever the study needs to show and tell us what's going to happen? The reason is because they know what's going to happen. They know what whoever has a half a brain, it's going to come up and going to say, this is not right. You can bury those lines. You can do all those things. Basically comes down to money. And you guys have a huge power. Use it. You need to protect the American dream. That's what it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ernest Garvey. Is the mic reflecting?
It's off now.
There
The
we go.
light has to be green.
Okay, it's green now. All right, my name is Ernest Garvey, and I'm glad for the opportunity here to speak before you at the Department of Regulatory Agencies about this XL power line and how it was put together. It is one of the things that our government put together to help make companies work as they should. I think you can hear from this sort of thing, comment that's been coming by, that we have faced the situation here and will continue to face the situation. Believe me, the people that are here and will do what they need to do. I mean, we have people that volunteer for the fire department. We have people that do what's needed to make things work. We are not against the progress as long thing. We've built power lines across the parts of the county to do this, put up towers to help alternative energy. That all made sense. What we're facing here with this particular situation is a power line that's come through to bully itself through. You do not want, I think, your companies that you regulate to be bullies or to do things that are not in the interest of anyone, going through the more consolidated areas of this, population areas of this county, to have put in this dangerous thing. And believe me, a transmission line is a dangerous thing. You know, it can start fires, can do this. Going through the smaller guys as opposed to the larger guys, trying to bully their way through by pretending that they have a plan. And when the commission stood up, said, this isn't a plan, this didn't work for us, you didn't follow our rules. To approve them and let them do that would not be the type of companies I would think you would want to have in the state doing business and providing public utilities to people. I hope that you look at the facts of how these things were handled and decide to have them either resubmit things in a better way or deny this particular route. Thank you for letting me.
Thank you.
You almost were off the hook. My name's Lee Benjamin, and I want to just congratulate all of the representation that we've had here this evening. I think everybody's done an excellent job. Just a little background on me. I'm kind of a newcomer to the community. Fortunately, my family has a Centennial Farm recognized by the state of Colorado. We had the opportunity to kind of come to this community in 1908. And so we've seen a few changes over the years. But I just want to thank you all for coming and listening to us and to get a perspective from those that have been here less than that time, those that have been there somewhere in between. I think you're probably starting to get a feel that the land is what provides us with the opportunity to follow our faith and feed our families. And so when one deals with the land, and if you read any real estate appraisal book, the first sentence in the book says, under all is land. Under all is land. And so this project has to sit on the land. And if you're going to take people's property, you're probably going to need to handle that with care. It is important to show respect to those that have a warranty deed that gives them a bundle of rights to protect. And I encourage you to look at this application and to decide whether the entity that is looking to take possession of a portion of these people's land, that they're doing it appropriately. Those that fought in the Revolutionary War set up guidelines for government to protect private property. And if you, as a government agency, do not respect that, I will guarantee you that there will be a stain on your entity for decades into the future. It is that important. I just really encourage you, and I realize you've sat on those chairs a long time this evening. We're into this for 4.5 hours. But I just encourage you to be very respectful of the decision that you have to make. You, your entity, has the final say in this respect. And if it is a poor decision, if there's things that should have been done differently, but a decision is made, there will be a stain on the Department of Regulatory Agencies Public Utility Commission for the state of Colorado. And I think you've seen enough passion in this group that they will not let that stand without being brought up in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, I just want to thank you all so much for coming out and sharing your stories and helping us learn and understand what you're going through, because there's no way to appreciate this through what we read and what comes across other than being with you. So appreciate you all coming out and sharing your stories and experiences with us. Megan?
Yeah, just wanted to echo that, and thank you all for spending your entire evening with us. But it was really wonderful to get an opportunity to hear directly from you, especially those of you who are dealing directly with Excel. This is really our only venue to understand directly from you what that experience has looked and felt like as part of this process. So very much appreciate you all being here and your willingness to come and speak and share your experiences and thoughts with us. A very important perspective for us to have. So very much appreciate it and hope you all have a wonderful evening.
What's left of it?
What's left of it? Yeah, thank you so much for coming and sharing your stories and your experiences. It's really important and critical part of the process for us. As Commissioner Gilman said, this is really the only way we can hear these stories directly. And so we really appreciate you spending your time, your evening, and sharing those perspectives with us. Thanks.
Thank you all. Appreciate you.